for May 21st, 2020 to order. I'm going to call out I'll list the names that I currently have of the Budget Committee that are on the line. So we have Commissioner Bosevich, Commissioner Burney, Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, myself, Chair Herb Volodman, Larry Abel, Dale Stoneberg, and Don Leslie. Calling one more time for Commissioner Farr. Commissioner Farr, are you on the line? I do not hear Commissioner Farr. And Chris Hayes on the line? Okay, I do not hear Mr. Hayes. Okay, Ms. Moody, before we move forward into committee business, is there anything from the Budget Committee, any announcements from the budget staff, pardon me?
I do not have any. Nope.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hold on just a second here. There we go. Let's go ahead and move next into committee business. Mr. Stoneberg, did you have something you wanted to bring up first of all in committee business?
Yep, similar to my last one, potential conflict of interest. I work as a consultant for Commissioner Farr and Assessor Coles. Neither one pays me with county funds. It's not going to impair my judgment at all. Just wanted to declare it.
Very good. Thank you. Next item on committee business is we have the minutes for May 12th, May 13th, and May 14th. Does anybody have any discussions or edits to those minutes?
I'll just add that the quality.
Larry, I don't hear you. You may need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yep, there we go. Thank you, Larry.
Okay. So on the May 12th minutes on the second page, I just have a question. Talking about the public information officer has had 9.6 million impressions. I'm not sure what that means.
Somebody available that could answer that question? I'm not,
Yeah,
I
Chair.
always think of his impression. Go ahead.
This is Steve Mokrahysky, and that's referring to social media impact. So an impression would be the number of people reached, or the impression that you have on other social media participants through various sources like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, that we participate in terms of getting our message out, particularly during the COVID-19. So I think that Sean Waite, the HNHS admin manager, brought that up during her presentation, talking about the communication, outreach, and connection through social media that they've had, particularly through the COVID-19 effort.
That's a lot.
And then Dale, did I hear you on the line?
Yeah, I was just going to say the quality of the minutes this year have been absolutely awesome. So I just wanted to say I appreciate that.
And I know Christine, sorry, Chair, I'll just say, because I know Christine, Tanya Ellis in our budget office, who's brand new to the budget office, was just hired right before we began this. process is done. Our minutes.
Mr. Finch's response that they had actually heard directly from somebody at Tillamook County, a presentation about that, and that they were taking that into consideration. So I'd like that added to the minute.
So I'll make the same motion with that, including that correction to the May 12th to include your question and the answer concerning Tillamook County.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Abel, for the second. All those in favor of approving the minutes as modified, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, passes unanimously.
Herb, this is Chris Hazen. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you, Chris.
Good. Yeah, I've been listening in. I had some trouble with the link, and anyway, I'm here, but it won't let me join with the webcam. It says that those slots are full. So
Excellent. Thank you for letting me know you're on board.
I ask a question about the number of people on. As people join, can we be informed of who's on the phone? I wasn't clear whether Chris got to vote or not on the last vote, and I wanted to know what the vote total was.
So actually, Chris, can you answer the question? Were you involved in the vote on the minutes?
yes, I was, and I was in favor.
Very good. Okay.
So what was the vote, Mr. Chair?
So if I heard the vote correctly, Commissioner Sorensen, everybody voted in favor of it and there were no opposed, unless I heard incorrectly.
Was it 10-0 then? Is everybody on? Is everybody on? That's what I'm asking.
No, actually at the beginning, unless Commissioner Farr has joined, there are only 9 members of the committee currently present.
Okay, so the vote was 9-0.
Yes.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay, any other items for the committee to bring up under this section for committee business? Okay, seeing none and hearing none, let's go ahead and move forward into the public comment section. Budget staff, if you would please take away.
So at this time, anyone who's registered for the meeting and would like to participate in public comment, please raise your virtual hand. I will announce your name and then I will unmute you and start the clock. The first person we have for public comment is Mike Fleck. Oh, Mike, I'm having trouble unmuting you. There you go.
That usually happens.
Go ahead and do your public comment.
Good evening, members of the Budget Committee, and thank you for your time. My name is Mike Fleck. I'm the Executive Director of Community Sharing Program, and we are the subcontractors for the South Lane County Community Service Center for you folks. We have managed this contract for many years, and in many years, we have not seen an increase in funding. During that time, we've been cutting expenses, staff, and services to our clients, and we're now at a point where we're asking for an additional $35,000 a year of ongoing funding. This is a kind of a critical juncture for our agency because we're also not able to retain staff because we also don't have any health insurance. And so our request before you is to add funding back for our direct services to clients and be able to offer a healthcare option for our staff. Like I said, this has been something that's been coming for a number of years. We've had 9 employees historically. We're down to 7 at a time when we're, of course, as busy as can be. The coronavirus situation certainly has exacerbated that situation. I'm also a Cottage Grove City Councilor, so I certainly understand the budget forecast that you must be looking at. I'm just asking for any assistance that you can provide because we're at a critical juncture, and this really is a request that we need. And I'm certainly happy to answer questions, although I understand that's probably not appropriate. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. The next person for public comment is Carla Schmidt. Carla, I'm unmuting you and you may begin your public comment.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, members of the Budget Committee. My name is Carla Schmidt Murillo. I work for Centro Latinoamericano. Thank you for allowing me time to express my support in this space. Centro is a nonprofit agency in Eugene that serves the Latino immigrant community in Lane County. We work to fulfill our mission through our 4 current programs, which is social services, mental health, alcohol and addictions, and youth mentoring services. And I'm here hoping to get your support for 2 of our important programs, Pasos Adelante and our Emerging Immigration Legal Services Program. I'll begin with the Pasos Adelante first. In the last year, Centro has been providing Oregon Health Plan outreach and enrollment services in Cottage Grove and Junction City, and we've identified an increase in the number of individual visits with community members in both locations. We're hoping your support will allow us to increase our limited capacity to serve these rural communities' needs. Our goal being that we would like to work towards moving low-income Latino immigrant families in rural Lane County from economic instability towards stable integration. And we hope to do this in conjunction with local partners. The second program is our Immigration Legal Services Program, and we hope to offer low-cost and no-cost immigration legal services to the immigrant community. Lane County's capacity to offer this is limited to some bilingual private attorneys, Oregon Law Center, and Catholic Community Services. This support will help Centro launch our program and offer low-cost and no-cost services such as naturalization, replacing, renewing lawful permanent resident cards, and a few others. The gap we're trying to fill is the following. Private attorneys tend to be financially inaccessible to many immigrant families. And as mentioned, Lane County only has 2 organizations that provide low-cost services. Both of their services are limited to very specific types of cases. Now, throughout the state, there are other legal nonprofit organizations that provide low cost and no cost, but these are difficult for Lane County residents to access due to the distance and time it takes to travel for appointments. This leaves immigrants with several options to pay private expensive attorney fees, access services at the 2 nonprofits only if their case is accepted, pursue their case without representation, or pursue it at a later date. Being an immigrant, I know that having regular access to this is absolutely essential. Our community members also contribute every single day and receive little in return. And I think that a good way to acknowledge their contributions is through offering equitable access to these 2 very necessary services while honoring the county's equity stance. Thank you for taking the time to listen. Your support is greatly appreciated.
Thank you for your public comment.
Sir, I have a question. Is now the time?
Dale, is it directly related to the public comment section?
Yeah. My question is for the OHP signups. You mentioned 2 cities. Is that 2 rural cities? Is that exclusive to them, or is that just where you're targeting, but other rural areas have access as well?
If I may, Mr. Chair, are we now establishing a precedent that we're doing questions and answers after each public input?
I would say, Dale, that we're not going to do that. I apologize. I thought your question was directed about the process for public comment and not necessarily about asking a question to the the speaker. So we'll go ahead and move forward with our next public speaker or public comment. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Lynn Oliver. Lynn, I will unmute you. It looks like you're muted on your side. Lynn, can you unmute from your computer?
Let me see if I can send it to you really quick.
We're having problems. That is the last person I show registered for public comment. If there's anyone else that would like to raise their virtual hand, go ahead and do that now. Then that does conclude our public comment for the evening. Chair, I'll hand it back over to you.
Very good, thank you. So that closes the public comment section of the agenda. Budget staff, am I correct in that we're switching platforms at this point in time before moving into the next section? And if that's the case, do we need to wait until the designated time to start that next section, or what's appropriate in this case?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Sorensen.
There you go.
I just wanted to say that if we're going to be moving to the other sign in, and the budget staff's going to send us another invite for the next session, that we consider having a recess to allow everybody to A, get that email, B, sign on. And I know it's taking some of us some time to get hooked back up. So if there's not a reason, then I don't think we need to. If everybody's on, then I don't think we need to have a new platform unless there's some reason that staff thinks we should, in which case I'll certainly defer to them. But if we're all on and it's all working for most of us, and I've been in the same position Joe was in on one of these meetings where I couldn't get my camera to work or couldn't figure out how to turn it on. But except for a few outliers, we're mostly all on. And so I just wonder, do we have to really make this change?
Commissioner Buck, did you have a comment?
Just in response to that suggestion, on the other meeting platform that we're slated to go to, we have the opportunity to see everybody on the committee on the screen. And this one has a maximum of only 6 people, so we're not able to see everybody on this platform. So my preference is to continue on the other platforms. We can see everybody as planned.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just want to make sure I get the material on how I sign up, and that there be a recess between the times.
Chair
Mr.
Blodman.
Chair? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Ms. Moody, please go ahead.
I was just going to say that the committee does already have the information for GoToMeeting, but we can definitely just send that email again. It is not one that you have to sign up for. You'll just have to click the link. So hopefully that's easier for everyone.
Mr. Chair, can I say one thing?
Real quick, Commissioner Birdie, well, hold on just a second. So I do note that the scheduled start time for the next session is at 6:30. So obviously that does address somewhat Commissioner Sorensen's ability to get some time in between the two. So that may be an opportunity for us to go ahead and switch platforms and reconvene at 6:30. Now, Commissioner Burney, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that I was raised where I could be seen and not heard, and I kind of like being heard but not seen.
I see.
All.
Chair
Okay,
Logan.
so, yes, go ahead.
This is Christine. Just so that you know, there is no reason that you have to wait until 6:30. It's only when we have public comment starting at a time that we have to make sure that we go that long. So while you're welcome to that long of a break, there's no reason that you have to take that long of a break. You can start whenever you choose.
And
Excellent
can
point.
I just add, Chair, that this is Steve, that this is all, both of these are, this platform and the other platform we're moving to are all being broadcast on our website via Metro TV. So that really is the way, that's why you heard Jill Allen, our budget analyst on the front ends, remind people to go to our website and click the link to watch this if they weren't going to participate in public comment. Really, we just need the GoToWebinar for people who want to provide public comment. The rest of the public is not necessarily coming into these platforms, but viewing this on our webcast online.
And Chair
Excellent.
Blodman, one more
Go
item.
ahead, Christine.
Lynn Oliver has managed to get back on to the webinar. She was not able to speak a few minutes ago. So if you would like to take her public comment, you could do that now.
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to reopen this public comment for this last speaker who had technical difficulties. So go ahead and proceed when you're ready with that public comment.
All right, Lynn, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. And you have 3 minutes. You may begin your public comment.
I'm sorry, I do not have public comment. I was just observing the meeting. I can go online.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sorensen, I have a question. What would be your preference for a period of time that would take you to go ahead and disconnect from this and reconnect to the link that budget staff has provided for the other platform?
They've already sent that out, or I guess they haven't, have they? I'm looking to see if they have it. It just says go to meeting, but it doesn't say that I've been invited to go to meeting.
For the GoTo meeting, you just have to click on the link to the meeting. Do you see that link in the email you're viewing?
Let's see, I'm sorry to hold things up here.
Can I confirm that the access code for the next meeting is 163-623-13?
Well, yeah,
Correct.
that's the audio, right?
Yeah.
That's the audio.
Well, it's also the meeting ID if you go to the URL for GoToMeeting, I believe.
We're happy to forward the meeting again to the entire committee.
Please,
Yeah,
because I'm not
Yeah.
finding second link.
Okay.
I've found
Yeah.
the first.
I don't see it. I'm sorry.
That's no problem. So Commissioner Sorensen, that email is going to be on the way. Budget staff's going to send that out. Do you, would you prefer something like in the neighborhood of 20 minutes or in the neighborhoods of like 35 minutes?
No, in fact, Ms. Ellis just sent it out, and so I'm going to click on it right now.
Mr.
If you
Chair,
want me to.
how about in 10 minutes we
Commissioner Bernie.
reconvene? How about
Yeah,
in 10
10
minutes we
minutes is good.
reconvene?
Excellent. Let's
Second the
let's
motion.
reconvene at 10 minutes after 6. So that's 15 minutes from right now. We'll see you all on the other platform in 15 minutes, 10 minutes after 6 p.m. See you then.
Bye-bye.
I'm going to list off the people I see here from the committee real quick. Commissioner Bosevich, Commissioner Burney, Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Farr, Commissioner Buck, myself, Herb Bolodman. I see Larry Abel. I see Chris Hazen. Dale Stoneberg is on the phone. And I see Don Leslie. So we're all back on. Any quick questions from the committee before we move into the next section on the agenda, since we were away on break a minute? Commissioner Sorensen.
Thank you so much. You know, regarding the public comment and give and take between the budget committee members and the people making comment, I know it's tempting to want to get into a conversation with the person making the public comment, but fundamentally, I think it's a bad rule if we were to change what I perceive to be our current rule, which is people make their public comment, we listen to it, the end. There's no argument, there's no questioning, there's no back and forth. Otherwise, just with two people commenting and 1 minute per, each of the 10 of us, you're talking a very large, potentially exponential. Now, in this case, one person, it's maybe no harm, no foul, but just in general, and this is my last budget meeting ever, after I don't know how many, 200, I really think that's a better rule, and I think we should abide by it.
I do have a clarifying question, Chairman.
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Hayden.
There were a number of public comments that were distributed via email prior to this meeting. I observed to staff that some of those were from outside of Lane County, as indicated by the sender themselves or in the format of the email. And the staff was not able to clarify to me whether or not such comments were considered to be admissible to this budget process. To me, when I see a comment from somebody outside of Lane County, I think, well, that's not, I don't consider that relevant, but I'd like to hear the position of the committee.
Anybody have any, Commissioner Sorensen?
Yeah, I think all public comments, regardless of where they're from, should be received by the committee. As to what we do with them, that's up to the committee. And just like the public comment, people have a right to come in, make their statements, and there's no back and forth.
Ms. Leslie, please.
I just wanted to make the point that with reference to this particular situation, the question at hand, I think possibly, and I agree with the general rule, and I think it was important to stick to no back and forth during public comment. I would, however, point out that this underscores kind of an issue we have right now, which is community requests that came in with no formal process and no opportunity to evaluate, process to evaluate them or in any way work with them. So it may indeed be that in this case, there are questions due to a lack of a process that happened with those community requests.
Any other comments? Okay. Something for us all to consider. Since there's no other comments, let's go ahead and move forward into the Budget Committee deliberation and discussion section. So budget staff may need to help me out here a little bit. Do we have a procedure or some slides that we're going to put up during this to track some of these elements?
We actually first have a recap for you that Steve has some comments, and then we'll go to the deliberation. And yes, we will bring up your checklist at that point.
Thank you, Christine. Sorry, I missed that on the agenda. I had it circled here and I went to the next one. So, Mr. Mokrowski, please take it away.
Thank you. I mean, I wore my tie for you all, even. So I want my time to share comments, and I feel like I haven't worn a tie in several weeks, and this is the tradition, as I always wear a tie for the budget presentation and deliberations. Folks who know me know that this is one of the things I hate doing is, I don't know who came up with the fashion idea for men of tying a rope around your neck as tight as you can. And women, of course, have their own complaints about fashion. But anyways, okay, so I digress. I just
you know you have PJ bottoms on those, Steve.
Yes, yeah, no, I am. Okay. So I just have a few comments, Mr. Chair and committee members, and appreciate the opportunity. First, I wanted to, there was some discussion in a prior committee meeting about communication with the public. Mr. Hazen brought up, how are we communicating? And I wanted to share with the budget committee, so at least you know the process that we go through to make sure that the public is informed about this really important process and document. I know it's oftentimes a frustration that, you know, there's approximately $700 million in taxpayer resources that we put together, and how we're going to spend that. We tie it to our strategic plan. We deliberate publicly about it. And when it feels like we don't have a significant amount of the public that participates in that process, it feels maybe awkward or like we've missed the mark sometime. I can tell you that I've been involved with local government budgeting for 20 plus years. And typically, you know, my experience has been people show up when when they have something to lose or something directly to gain from the process. But if there's not necessarily something that they're directly concerned about, either a program or service that is going away or potentially being added or advocating for, they pay less attention because people are busy. But we do make an effort to reach out and share information. So just a brief recap on our public outreach. We do every year, and we did again this year, a news release to all media outlets at the beginning of the process when the budget document is made public. We send out a message to our key communicator network, and this is an email group of elected officials, business leaders, advocacy groups, and other key influencers and opinion leaders in the community, anyone really who wants to participate in that email list. We send out information about our budget there. We do meetings with the editorial boards at the Eugene Weekly and the Register Guard. We did have a meeting with the Eugene Weekly, good discussion with their editorial board. We reached out to the Register Guard. We did not receive a response on that, but would welcome that opportunity. And we have drafted an op-ed to submit about the budget and the budget process if we don't have that opportunity. We also for the last several years, we've done this, and we'll do it again this year. It's I'm not holding this up for those of you that can see, a threefold flyer that we call our Lane County Budget and Brief. And we do this every year after the adopted budget. So after the Board of Commissioners adopts the budget, we put this together, and it's a really easily digestible, visually appealing, if you will, threefold that has a lot of graphics and things, but really talks about where the resources are coming from, how they're being distributed in terms of services, what the county's strategic priorities and focus are, where we have challenges and where we're making significant new investments in the budget. And so we'll do this again, and we will make sure that we, in this case, mail stacks of them out to each budget committee member so that you can distribute. It's a great thing to pass out, to give to constituents or neighbors or family or friends who are interested in learning more about the Lane County budget. It's a really, you know, there's this document that is several hundred pages long, which is great detail. And then there's this really brief flyer that you can look at in 5 or 10 minutes and get a good snapshot of what's happening. So we do that as well. We have the adopted budget document. We do social media, and we did a video, as we have the last several years, about the budget and post that on social media. We do legal ads in the newspaper to let folks know about how they can access these meetings and information. And then I just in the last couple of weeks have presented to the chambers in Eugene and Springfield, the City Club of Springfield today, and other groups through virtual platforms. So certainly there's always opportunity to improve outreach and engagement and communication with folks, but I at least wanted the committee members to know what we do every year, and we will continue to do, and certainly welcome your thoughts and suggestions on how to enhance that. So just a few wrap-up comments on our budget process. I won't go through everything that we talked about on the budget presentation evening. Just to say again that our goal over the last several years has been to develop a structurally balanced budget and to stabilize and improve services. Very simple goal, very lengthy, complex initiatives to achieve that goal. And we really have led with a strategic focus and financial discipline. That has been, in my estimation, what has allowed us to achieve that structurally balanced budget and stabilize and steadily improve our services, is a strategic focus and financial discipline. And I just encourage all of us, that is something that is never finished. We don't finish tonight and then say, okay, we're done with that financial discipline thing and that strategic focus thing. It's something that every day we get up in our organization and all of us contribute and participate in. We've talked a lot through this process. This is the fourth year in a row of a structurally balanced budget with no layoffs, no cuts in services, no use of reserves. And while it's been challenging to get to this point, arguably COVID-19 is testing the limits of the financial stability that has been created. It is our goal to maintain that financial stability, to continue our budget without having to resort to layoffs or furloughs or cuts in services, because we know that our organization has been through that time before. And we want to do everything we can to be able to build the bridge from this current economic challenge and crisis to a more stable time. It has been our investment in managing our internal expenses that has largely allowed us to create this stability, build up our reserves, and maintain services through management of our debt, through management of our pension expenses and health insurance costs. We talked a lot about our response efforts in COVID-19 as a reflection of the quality of people, of the focus and of the culture that we have in this organization, in our community. And I am really proud of everyone who's been involved in that work, both in the community response and our workforce response. Our initiatives in this budget, as you've talked a lot about over the last couple of weeks, are focused on vulnerable populations, making sure that we have the resources necessary to open and operate a shelter and navigation center, which is critically needed, as well as rapid resolution. Our efforts to get further upstream to serve folks at or before they're falling out of stable housing, as well as our efforts to work with the business community to help support and rebuild our local economy and businesses, small, rural, minority businesses that have been significantly impacted by this. We're all well aware of the financial challenges and the revenue constraints that exist, and we've seen the numbers from the latest numbers from the state economist and the state related to their budget and funding, that counties, of course, throughout Oregon are highly reliant on state funding. And so we're monitoring those closely. We're also monitoring local revenues such as transient room taxes, video lottery, car rental, and other revenues that we're concerned about impacting us. I want to make a comment before I close here, just about public safety. And I know that there's some amendments about public safety, and there's been a lot of discussion about funding in the road fund and the need for additional funding in patrol. And I welcome that discussion and answering questions on that. I want all of you to know that I've had some lengthy conversations and some really good, thoughtful conversations with the sheriff, with members of the budget committee, with public works leaders, to really think about, while we've made a number of really important targeted strategic investments in our public safety system in the last several years, including additional general fund resources for the district attorney's office, for parole and probation, and for behavioral health and other pieces of the public safety system. And we've done a great job as an organization and leaders in stabilizing funding for the sheriff's office and not further eroding the services that are there. We have not made progress on what remains the biggest challenge for funding of ongoing public safety needs locally, and that is rural patrols. We know that that's an issue. The sheriff and prior sheriffs have talked about it and advocated for it. Sheriff Harold continues to advocate for it and think creatively and thoughtfully about different strategies that we could deploy. I think in my conversations with Sheriff Harold, he is thinking slightly different than prior sheriffs have about it, and more open to different types of funding mechanisms that could enhance services in new and creative ways. And I think that's really exciting. And I look forward to an opportunity to work with the sheriff and others to develop a longer term repair package for particularly for our rural patrol. I'm happy to talk more about potentially what that could look like, but I just wanted to address the issue of public safety that came up a lot through this process, and it is clearly a concern of our public safety officials and the sheriff, as well as budget committee members. And I certainly have heard that concern and that priority, and am committed to working with the sheriff and others to solve it. The final thing I want to just offer, and before I do that, I want to say, I always forget to do this, to say thank you to the people who were so involved in this process. But Christine Moody, our budget manager, for the last 6 years has been my partner. I feel like I have really had a partner in doing this work and trying to help move our finances and our organization in a positive direction. And without Christine, I don't believe it would have been possible. She's just been an incredible asset and resource with high trust and integrity and credibility in this organization, in the community. And I really appreciate her great work. I also want to recognize Jill Allen and Joe Celesta, our budget analysts in the budget office. For the last couple of years, they've done phenomenal work and continue to build upon the progress that we're making. You saw this year with the Tableau spreadsheets and the information and responses to questions, all of the things that happen behind the scenes in this process, the information that you receive, the coordination of all of this, the document, the language, it all comes from those individuals that are working quietly behind the scenes to make it happen. Tanya Ellis, who's our new staff person in the budget office, has just jumped in and done an incredible job with minutes and coordination of meetings in this new platform, virtual platform that we're working in. And then to all of our department heads, elected officials, and department budget managers, I really have said this many times, but the collaboration that exists in this organization, the fact that we have 3 elected department heads, the sheriff, the DA, and the assessor, and several appointed department heads, and we all work collaboratively for the common good of the organization and the community, is not common in all local governments, and in particular counties across the country. I can tell you from my personal experience working in other organizations and my work with other peers across the country. And so we really have a special dynamic here in Lane County that we want to recognize and continue to promote. So finally, Mr. Chair and committee members, I just want to share, I guess, the tone of an email that I sent out. I've been doing these daily emails to our employees for the last couple of months, sharing information, updates about COVID-19, and trying to provide both detailed information about process and issues and policies, as well as some more maybe motivational, encouraging type messages during a really difficult and transitional period for our employees and our community. And today, we talked about the importance of seizing the opportunity during periods of drastic change to adapt and transform the way that we do business. So you may have heard some of our folks reference this, but I've said to a lot of folks on our team in the last few months, let's not squander the opportunity within a good crisis. And what I mean by that is with all of the challenges and the difficulty of everything that is happening in our community, across the state and across the country, there is opportunity there for us to learn, to be better and to do better. And it really is a rare opportunity to improve, adjust, and advance our work in new and exciting ways. And I've reflected a lot on this, that are oftentimes during periods of stability, our traditional thinking dominates. And it's not until an unexpected catalyst happens, like COVID-19, a global pandemic, that releases and that removes the limits that exist during periods of stability, when we sort of take for granted and we're dealing with all of the stresses and challenges of the day, but we sort of stay thinking in the way that things have always been done. But when a catalyst hits, it sort of removes the limits and creates all of these incredible possibilities. And so when you look at, 900 of our employees being set up to work remotely within a matter of days, telemedicine being implemented within our clinics, access to other services throughout rural parts of our community that have for years not had good access, services and resources to support businesses as they adapt to the new economy. All of these things, the way in which we're pursuing those solutions, homelessness, the strategies around serving our unhoused populations, those issues aren't new, but the way in which we're starting to address those issues and create solutions is different, because the world is different today than it was 2 months ago. And so I just want to sort of leave us with that, that thought and idea that we really, with all of these challenges, we have a great opportunity to seize the moment and capture this opportunity to adapt and transform the way in which we do business. We've seen this, businesses locally throughout the state and the nation that have figured out how to adapt and reinvent themselves in the new economy are thriving. They're thriving. So great businesses figure that out. They go, well, this is new, this is different, and the way that we've always done it is not going to work anymore. We have to adjust. Those businesses not only survive, but they typically thrive. And there are all kinds of examples of this that we could think about. Those that don't adapt to those changing conditions more often than not fail. And so the question that I posed our organization is, what do we need to do to adapt and transform to this new reality, this new world? I, for one, am really encouraged by what we've seen so far, by the creativity and the innovation and the thought and the resiliency that our organization has put forward in responding to these challenges. And I look forward to more of that in the future. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to provide some closing comments. I thank all the Budget Committee members, particularly the residents who serve as volunteers on the Budget Committee, for taking these 2 weeks of your time and participating in this process and bringing your thoughts and ideas, and then taking this process back to others in the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee regarding Steve's recap? Commissioner Farr.
This is a question, Steve, that you may not want to answer in detail, but each year we win the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. And I believe at least the last 4 years we've done that. And that's for excellence in budget presentation. Do you have a quick sentence or two? How do we win that award? How do we get the excellence in budget presentation award?
Thank you, Commissioner Farr, for that question. The Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, as it's oftentimes referred to, is a national association that provides that award to governments who put together budget documents in a certain manner, and there's very specific, rigorous criteria with which you have to meet. Ms. Moody could speak more in depth about all the criteria that has to be met, but it really is a reflection of this document. Everything that is within this document, both the detail, the connection to the strategic plan, the understanding of how services are connected to within the public safety system, for example, that these aren't all just individual isolated services, but it's really a strategically connected document. The understanding that the budget document really is where the rubber meets the road as it relates to our strategic plan. So that is a key part of this, is that in this document, we show how there's a connection between what the board says are its highest priorities and where we actually put the money that we collect from taxpayers. Do we connect those priorities with the way in which the resources are delivered? So that's a general answer for you, but it really is a credit to our budget staff, the great work that our budget staff does in compiling the document consistent with those best practices that GFOA identifies. And I think we're at like year 15 or 16 that we've received that award.
Thank you, Steve. That's adequate for the time being, but just for the budget committee to understand that we do receive the National Award for Excellence every single year in budget preparation and presentation. And a part of that award, if you read the criteria, is making it easy for the public to understand how the budget process goes and to access information before the budget, throughout the budget, and after the budget. So it's easy for the based on the award, for public to access all of the information that the budget committee and the staff provide. Thank you.
I have one question.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Yes.
I have my mic off.
Mokarowski, I noticed that there was some surveys of public opinion about Lane County of the citizens. The last survey I could find was 2018. Has there been a survey conducted or published since then? And also, could you or staff send the link to this trifold flyer that you've mentioned in the chat box? If that's posted online, I'd love to pull down a copy of that while we're having our discussion today.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Mr. Hazen, on the second point, I'm sure it's on its way. We do link the budget and brief to the budget page on our website. And so I'm sure Christine or Joe or Jill or Tanya will be sending you a link to that. Shoot, I just forgot your first question as I was responding to the second one.
About the public survey of public opinion.
Public survey, thank you. The public's, yeah, we did a more recent survey, particularly related to the Justice Center project that didn't really have, I don't believe there was general information related to satisfaction with the county, generally speaking, on that one. I'm trying to think if we did one in 2019 related to general. So it may be that and we can follow up on that. It may be that 2018 was the last sort of general survey that we did of voters in Lane County. We do every other year, we do a benchmark survey based on a national local government survey, a survey of local governments. We do that benchmark survey every 2 years with our workforce. And then we track, every 2 years what changes are happening there in terms of satisfaction and sentiment of our employees. We have not done a regular sort of consistent resident survey more generally about county services, although we have done voter surveys that typically are more specifically focused on an initiative that the county may be considering, such as Justice Center or transportation funding, that would also ask some general questions about the county. So hopefully that gives you an answer.
Any other questions for Mr. Mokrowski? Commissioner Bernie.
Thank you, Chair. Hey, Steve, I want to thank you. That truly, I really agree with you. I think that's the silver lining, if there is one, is that we have the opportunity to seize the day. I want to share with you a phrase called carpe diem. It would have allowed you to be a little more succinct. I'm just kidding. which means that it means taking advantage of the opportunity to advance our work in new and exciting ways. I think we haven't seen anything yet. I think that this is one of the most flexible and organizations able to pivot. I also appreciate your showing this. Can you see this? Remember when, because I was looking for it when Chris Hazen was making his remarks at the last meeting. It's like, that's really interesting because I've used this and spoken to community groups in Springfield, and it's been hugely informative, and it's the basis for having the very conversations apparently they're not having in South Eugene, but you can have this. And Chris, when you get this, it's aligned to the year. So we're going to get a new one of these, right, Steve? And when we have a new one of these, we can use these to educate our respective communities. I'm done.
Any other questions for Ms. Mokrowski? Okay, I don't see anything more there. Thank you very much, Steve. Okay, now we're ready to move forward into our next section for Budget Committee discussion and deliberation. Christina, did you have some information here to kick us off?
There we go. She just brought the checklist up for you. So what was just shown for a moment there was the process. So I don't know if we need to review that a little bit. And maybe I'll just, go ahead.
So I do think we need to start or to review the process a little bit, and then we can go forward with the bits and pieces.
Okay, so, and I did change this checklist just a little bit based on the feedback from the last meeting. You asked if we would start with the changes that staff know need to happen to the budget. So that is what you're seeing on the first sheet of the worksheet that was sent out to each of you. So here are the adjustments that we received from departments on the COVID related items. And while the total here is 8.2 million, I will just let you know that this is Public Works and then a couple county-wide places. So it definitely does not cover everything that we know is coming. But this is where we had the best information and felt that we actually could make budget adjustments at this time. So I can go through those when we're ready to do that, if you have any questions on those. And then the second sheet is where we have put the community requests, where you received those forms. The forms are designed to try and get to the information that you need as a committee. So we definitely would love feedback if you don't feel that that is enough, but those forms are developed in order to kind of give those community requests some type of process. I will tell you, when we're in person, many times you will see them come to the meeting and then they're available to you for questions. That's a little more difficult this year. I think that's why you heard some public comment from them. But then also on this sheet here is where we have added the proposals that we received from committee members. And so typically you would start with this list and go through and determine whether you have enough votes. And the committee in the past has said at least 4 committee members who would like to discuss the item further. Once we've gone through all of them and determined how many you have that appropriate number of votes for, then we'll move those over to another list where you can then do that discussion and take a vote on them as we go through them. Then we'll have the final motions for you that will just do the tax rates, do the transient room tax, and a final motion to approve the entire budget.
Excellent. So as we discussed, we're going to go through those submitted by departments first. And would this be a correct statement that these are really updates and adjustments to what the budget was that came forward from the county administrator, truing it up for what we know now compared to when it was finalized and printed?
Correct, yes. And these are COVID related. So there's sometimes other technical adjustments, but these are the ones that departments had the most information on. So these are ones they felt comfortable sending through. So do you want me to just give you a brief overview of them, or?
Yes, we will want to overview. So there are no technical adjustments that are not COVID related. Is that correct?
Correct. All of these are COVID related. Correct.
Okay. Why don't we do an overview of these then, please?
Sure, and it is somewhat self-explanatory, but the first couple there that I have for you, actually the first three, are what we would refer to maybe as a more county-wide revenue. The first one being video lottery that comes into our special revenue fund. You see that the beginning fund balance is being decreased, and that's because in the current year budget, we already know that our fourth quarter payment has been cut in half by the state based on COVID impacts. And that occurred because the Constitution allows them to pay their own bond payments first before making distribution to the counties. And so because they don't know what's going to come in future quarters, they were being fairly conservative and reduced receipts to make sure that they can make those bond payments. So that'll be reconciled in the future, but reducing that beginning fund balance. And then the revenue that's being decreased, $250,000, they've told us to expect that the first quarter of next fiscal year will also have about a 50% impact. So that gave us what we felt was enough data to at least make that amount of adjustment. Video lottery does have some reserves. So we are adjusting the reserve down to make those adjustments for now. There can be further discussion in the future of whether we need to adjust any programs that receive video lottery, but this is the adjustment that makes no service impacts out there yet. The second one is where I have gone out and adjusted transient room tax that is received into our non-departmental section. That tab in the budget document is where you would find information on transient room tax. We receive tax that's distributed to Travel Lane County, to our Lane Historical Museum, and we also have money for rural tourism that we send out to our small communities, and then special projects. And so we have reduced that by 20% from the proposed budget that you received. That is a guess. We've just started to receive that revenue for the months impacted. So we'll adjust it going forward. But I chose that figure because that is part of our analysis, and Parks is adjusting their transient room tax by that same percentage. So we're staying consistent there. And then the third line, I did go ahead and adjust our car rental tax, which we know will be impacted, our state liquor tax, and I just brought those back down to the 1920 budget. So that may well not be enough adjustment. But again, we haven't started to see those receipts yet, but that made good sense that we don't expect to receive any more than we did last year for sure. The rest of them on the sheet are related to public works submitted. So Parks, you see there that their fund balance is being adjusted, and that's because of current fiscal year, they're going to receive less transient room tax. So they're adjusting that and taking down their reserves to balance the fund. They are reversing their request for 2 new FTE in Parks. So that is the reduction of 2 FTE. These are not filled positions. They weren't even created yet. They were in their proposed budget, but they're taking those back out based on the revenue declines. And then they're adjusting their car rental tax and transient room tax for those revenue decreases. Then we get into the road fund. This is specifically related to gas tax. And so this is a decrease of the beginning fund balance because they know the fourth quarter of the current fiscal year will be low. So they will start the year with, they're estimating $1 million less. And so they will decrease reserves to balance that piece. And then they're looking forward to, the next line talks about the first quarter of 2021, where they believe they'll receive less revenue. And so decreasing revenue and decreasing reserves to keep that fund in balance. Next line would be related to Lane Event Center. This is just the elimination of the 2020 fair. So in Lane Event Center, they're not choosing to adjust transient room tax just yet. even though we definitely know it will be impacted. They want to wait for a little more data there, but the fair has been canceled, and so they're able to reverse that budget out completely. And so that's the adjustment you see occurring there. Some of it is reducing their reserves, and then it's reducing expenses that would have happened with the fair. And then finally, the bottom line is lane management, and they're reducing their building permits and reserves there to keep that fund in balance. And that's based on what they're starting to see, but it's a projection of what they believe will happen in 2021. So that is the summary.
Are there any questions from committee members about Commissioner Sorensen?
Thank you very much, Ms. Moody. As always, excellent. I have a question about the consistency of the way the potential reduction in revenues coming in from various sources is handled. You mentioned it's, I think maybe I heard somewhere along the line in the beginning of this budget process that we weren't going to be resorting to some kind of conjecture about what the revenues would be, but we'd be applying some, intelligent response to the Department of Revenue's directives on how to report anticipated revenue. Is there any problem with us being internally inconsistent that some divisions within a department or some departments are different than others regarding their knowledge of or guess or projection about what kind of revenues are falling? An example, the Fairgrounds Fair, lane events is apparently dealing with what we think will be a reduction a little differently than maybe parks. Is there any problem with having divisions have different expectations of what the projections are?
I mean, long term, we would make sure that we are all on the same page. So I would say by supplemental 1 next year, you're going to see us all coming to the same percentage conclusions. I will tell you, Lane Event Center, their transient room tax acts just a little bit differently because they have to pay some bond payments first. And so we would make sure that that gets paid first. And so we're going to prioritize the TRT, if that makes sense, as it comes in. So they might not see exactly the same percentage adjustment. So there are times when the revenue is used to pay various fixed costs that it will look a little bit differently. So I think that's part of why they're waiting. But yes, by the end, typically we are all talking to each other when we're building the proposed budget, when we're choosing what we think things are going to increase, we're all doing the same thing, and we will eventually get there with these decreases as we start to see data.
Thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Moody? Okay. Thank you very much, Christine. So at this point,
do we need to approve those technical adjustments in a separate motion, Christine?
I thought maybe the chair wanted to answer. I didn't know if you just wanted to do them all together since they're known instead of going through each one. I know they're kind of set up that way, but however the committee chooses to go forward.
Thank you, Christine. So I'll actually look for a motion and we'll go from there. Commissioner Bosovic.
So I would move to approve all of the COVID-related adjustments to the FY 2021 budget.
Second.
Commissioner Sorensen? Oh, Commissioner
Oh,
Birdie
sorry.
seconded that.
That's fine.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Yeah, that's fine. I think we should approve this because it'll keep the process cleaner. And then as we move into the more contested items, we can decide which ones get discussed by using the usual method for that. Thank you.
Excellent. We have a motion to approve all these COVID related technical adjustments. Is there any other discussion? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, let's have a vote. All those in favor of passing the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion passes. And we can move forward. Christine, did you have any more updates that you wanted to provide on the next section?
I did not.
Okay, we're moving forward into the next section, and I've got a bit of a question here. So the ones that came from the community don't necessarily have corresponding locations for the funds to come from. So I'd like some, I guess, a consensus from the committee whether we want to go ahead and go through each of them individually and just take the 4 vote. I'm talking about the first, it looks like the first 7 don't have any corresponding terms. Ms. Moody, do you have a comment? I see you back on screen.
No, sorry, I just came on in case you needed me.
Okay, you're welcome to stay. Commissioner Sorensen. Pete, your mic's muted.
Thank you. We should assume that they're taking the money from reserve, and we should go down the list, each one of them, starting with the legal services one. I guess that's line 1 to be specific. And then this is what I recommend, that we just, you ascertain whether there are 4 hands up or from people on the phone, they can tell you orally. But I just think it would be quicker if we just said, okay, 4 to discuss, then we're discussing, and then we go through all of them. And what I mean by all of them is all of the ones listed for community requests. And then after we go through all those, then the ones that we want to discuss, we can have people talk about them.
Very good. Mr. Hazen, you have a comment?
Question.
Comment slash question. It looks like of the first 7 proposals, 7 community requests, 4 of those are then related to Commissioner Buck's proposals, which are immediately following that, and 3 are not. And I just wonder if it makes sense to sort of discuss those together. I don't know what the usual process is here, but it would seem to group those together.
I would propose that if we get a discussion, discuss one of them as we go down through the list, that we'll automatically go ahead and discuss the other one, and unless there's a broad objection to that. Were there other questions? Mr. Boschevich.
Thank you. I had a little bit of a question that I think is important for us to understand before we decide whether why we're going to discuss some of these. It's kind of a twofold question. First is, almost all of these are agencies that are funded through our Human Services Division budget. And there is a separate budget process for that, which I believe, Commissioner Farr, you could probably speak to, having been on Human Services for quite a while, that has some analysis of effectiveness of agencies, et cetera, and there's prioritization, decisions made, and these are kind of coming in one-off. So I want people to be aware that there is a separate funding mechanism that happens in the Human Services Division, if Mr. Farr could talk about. And then second, there's a question, and I don't know if legal counsel's here or Christine can answer this. How many of these would have normally required competitive bidding if we were going to fund this kind of service? And that's I understand it. At least the request from Sayus Outreach Services would normally require competitive bidding. So with these communities requests, quite often that kind of gets overlooked. that if we're going to award money for that particular service, it should be an open competition for the money, not a direct award necessarily. First, Commissioner Farr, if you want to talk about the HSD budget stuff, and then maybe we can get to Christine about the bidding.
Thank you, Commissioner Bozic. Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, Commissioner Farr, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. There is indeed a separate budget that's discussed by Human Services Commission. That budget has been diminishing in no small part because our partner agencies have been reducing their funding to the Human Services Commission. In addition to that, we have the HUD Continuum of Care grant that we distribute. That goes through the Poverty and Homelessness Board first, then to the Human Services Commission, and then ultimately to the County Commission, Board of County Commissioners. The things that we're looking at here, generally speaking, are outside, other than maybe the community sharing of Cottage Grove, South Lane. We're outside of the regular budget, the regular process. So they're looking for additional funding to, it looks like, very specific services that haven't been considered by the Human Services Commission. So the Whitebird Clinic is a separate issue, but the other ones are, by and large, I've not had a chance to analyze them thoroughly, but smaller budget items that are outside of the regular Human Services process, and certainly outside of the Continuum of Care grant distribution. With the exception of community sharing, I beg your pardon, that looks like that's probably just their administrative shortfall.
Ms. Moody, can you, do you have any information on the question about competitive bidding?
I do, and I believe legal counsel is on, but I will add one thing related to the Human Services Division budget is that I did verify with Health and Human Services that none of these organizations received a budget cut of any kind. We've had that happen before where we received a community request because there was a reduction, but we verified that that was not the case in this year's proposals. So just additional information for you. And then I did check with legal counsel before the meeting. They indicated that because these would be considered grants, that it is at the board budget committee's discretion to award those funds. We would want some kind of agreement that what the funds were going to be used for and accounting for it. So a simple letter saying what they're be awarded for, but related to competitive selection, he didn't have a concern there. And Steve Dingle, if you're on the line, would you like to add anything?
Yeah,
Steve, we heard you there for a minute, but then you cut out.
Did we lose him?
Steve?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now.
Can you hear
Thank
me?
you.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, it depends on what the board wants to do. Commissioner Bozic is correct. You can, with some of these, you could go through a competitive bid process. In the past, we have done things as grants, as Ms. Moody has mentioned. Some of the more recent examples are the money that was passed out as part of the housing improvement project, a grant that was given to carry it forward to provide assistance to Camp 99. My recommendation in those cases is that there be a very specific proposal from the grant recipient, and that there be, because it is public money, that at the end of the day there's some minimal deliverable and some accounting for how the money was spent. And we've done, like I said, we have it's a different process than doing a full-blown contract. And again, I'm trying to look at my screen here. Some of these are pretty small, but Commissioner Bozic is correct. It is the choice of the committee. You could either say you wanted to put it out for competitive bidding, or you could agree to do it as a grant.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bernie, did you have your hand up earlier?
Chair, with your prerogative, I also noticed that Commissioner Buck had her hand up. So before I discuss my issues with the process on these first 11, may I defer to Commissioner Buck first? Would that be okay?
Absolutely. Commissioner Buck, what would you like to say?
All right, I didn't mean to jump in front of anybody there, but I appreciate that. I wanted since we're talking about all these at once instead of line by line at the moment, I just wanted to make sure that I declared a potential conflict of interest on item number 7 on the list regarding Whitebird Clinic Dusk to Dawn. Dusk to Dawn is administered by St. Vincent de Paul, and I am related to the executive director of St. Vincent de Paul. And so I will declare an actual conflict of interest on that particular item. And if we get to vote on that, I will abstain and I'll recuse myself. And I'll turn my video off while you are actually voting on that. And I'll come back and turn my video on when that is over. And in the larger scheme of the budget in general, there are a lot of social services that we're discussing, and St. Vincent de Paul is part of that, but I do not believe that is an actual conflict of interest to vote on the budget as a whole. So I will vote on the rest of the items, including the main budget.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Bernie.
Thank you, sir. It seems, as I look at these first 11 line items, it seems to me that, I don't want to put words in Commissioner Buck's mouth, but it seems to me that the last 4 were some kind of an attempt as an alternative to the first 7. I don't know, but it seems like we're talking about similar things. So here's my issue. My issue is, in my world, all nonprofits would be getting a ton more money. It seems as if at some level, certain of nonprofits in our community were told that there was this new thing called a community request. It did not have a budget attached to it. It did not have criteria attached to it. Not everyone knew about it. Those that heard about it did what they should do, which is always look for more money to help deliver their services. And there was a trough and they came at it. And my concern is, whatever we do with these, there is a context to these first 11. And moving forward next year, I like the idea of community requests. I never heard of it before, but it ought to have a budget attached to it and some criteria. And there ought to be a much better public information and awareness system so that it's more fair and no one is playing favorites. And that's the only point I wanted to make before we voted line by line. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bernie. Ms. Leslie, please.
I simply wanted to point out there's in my mind, a significant difference between one of these items and the rest, and that is, since the source of funding that we're voting on here is reserves, it's my understanding that a structurally balanced budget wouldn't reach into reserves for operating funds. And in fact, 6 of these original 7 requests are all for operating funds. And while I certainly agree with Commissioner Bernie's statement that all nonprofits should be getting a lot more money from lots of different places, and I resonate with the need that is expressed in all 7 of those requests, I would say that it's only the birth center that is actually a capital campaign, which would seem to meet criteria for reserve funding, sort of a one-time expense in order to fund a capital improvement. Seems to me more valid or more in line with the reserve funding mechanism.
Sure. So let's keep the discussion at this point at the very high level about the groupings, and I agree with your point. But let's talk about the whole group without picking out individuals and content from there. Mr. Abel, please.
Yeah, my question, so the last, the ones that Commissioner Buck recommended comes out of the general fund, but how about the first 7? Is that from Health and Human Services Reserve, or is it the general fund as well?
Christine, without any guidance on the page, actually, how would that work?
Well, there's nothing identified, so there is not a budget behind this idea of community requests. This form was developed years ago in response to individuals coming in and just giving public comment. And so we at least wanted some criteria. But just to go back to the funds that are available for the budget committee to move around, our general fund. Anything in the Health and Human Services budget would be restricted, so there would have to be conversations about whether it was an allowable use. So in the past, it has been general fund.
Okay. Any other high-level comments? Commissioner Sorensen.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. Okay. I'll renew my suggestion that we go line by line to see if there's 4 people that want to discuss any particular line item. And all of the things that have been discussed sort of generically, like where would the money come from? That is something that each line item will propose or we will dispose of. And how the Board of Commissioners and how the administration administers the money that the Budget Committee wants to spend for some purpose, it's really then all the legalities of whether they can or cannot spend that money and how it's to be arranged and what kind of contract or whatever, that's all later in the process. It's a decision of whether we have the money, where is it going to come from to alter the base budget that we've been presented with, that the staff has presented and that we've modified slightly with our previous motion tonight. So again, each one of them has reasons to discuss or not discuss, and people see where the proposer thinks the money should come from, and that's a factor in our decision, because if they take away money from something, that's a factor in our decision of whether to fund it or not.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Hazen, one more.
Just to confirm, my understanding is that there, having listened to legal, my understanding there isn't any clear-cut criteria for these requests. And so we don't really have any vetting process here other than they were requested. There's no other supporting details. We don't know why these were requested in this context and not through any other part of the county budget process. That is my understanding. Is that correct, Chairman? And I'm seeing nodding heads. Okay.
That is, to the best of my information, what you see and what you've seen on paper from these proposals is what you have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Sorensen, keep it brief, please.
Very brief. I just wanted to ask staff if they could confirm that one of the requirements for a community request is to state where the funds are coming from. And is that true or not?
I apologize. I don't have the form in front of me, so I don't know that we ask the community to identify a funding source. We have just,
very much.
Yeah, we just have them fill out the application. That's how they can get into the process.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and head down through the process here. What I'm going to ask for is for this vote of the 4, if you'll raise your hand in front of the camera, and Dale, if you would speak up for your vote of, if you want to vote in, be included in what would be a summary of 4 individuals. So we're going to start, I got to get a little closer here. The line number 1 is community request, Central Latino Americano Immigrant Legal Services. Please raise your hand if you would like to discuss that further. I see hands up from Commissioner Sorensen and from Mr. Abel and from Commissioner Buck and from Commissioner Burney. That is a total of 4. So we will include that one into discussions. Okay. Number 2, Central Latino Americano, and this is the Path Forward proposal. Hands in front of your camera to move forward. I see Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, and Commissioner Burney. I see a total of 3. Thank you. Okay, the next one, community sharing program, South Lane CSC. Hands in front of the camera if you would like to discuss further. Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, Ms. Leslie, Commissioner Burney, total of 4. Okay, community request, our community birthing center capital campaign. Hands in front of your cameras, please. Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, Ms. Leslie, Mr. Abel, and Commissioner Burney, a total of 5. Upper Willamette CDC Oak Ridge Food Pantry. Hands up, please. Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, Ms. Leslie, Larry Abel, Commissioner Burney, for a total of 5. Okay, and then Sayusla Outreach System Crisis Assistance Program. Hands in front of your cameras, please. Commissioner Sorensen. Total count of 1. Okay, Whitebird Clinic, Dusk to Dawn Medical Clinic. Hands up, please.
I recuse.
Thank you. Commissioner Sorensen. Ms. Leslie, Larry Abel. Total of 3. Okay. And then we're going to get Commissioner Buck back on here. How is she going to know to come back? There she is. Okay. Let's actually continue the same process down through these real quick here. It's going pretty quick. This is Commissioner Buck's Central Latino Americano Paths Forward. Show of hands, please. Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, Commissioner Farr, Ms. Leslie, Larry Abel. Commissioner Burney, were you up or down? Sorry, I didn't see that.
No, it's my fault, Chair. It just seems that this is redundant now. That's all.
It is a little bit. So I didn't get an accurate pass, but we got more than 4. So you can put it in that. If, I guess, Commissioner Burney, if somebody wanted to only go for the full deal or nothing at all, then we shouldn't talk about these. So
You may notice that I
move through
voted
these.
for one and not the other.
Let's go through here. We're on line 9, community sharing from the General Reserve. Hands up, please. Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, Commissioner Farr, Ms. Leslie, Larry Abel, Commissioner Burney. I got a total of 6. Our community birthing centers, this is line number 6, pardon me, this is number 10. Hands up, please. Okay, I have Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, Ms. Leslie, Larry Abel, Commissioner Burney, total of 5. And then the Upper Willamette CDC Oak Ridge Food Pantry, this is number 11. Hands up, please. Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, Commissioner Farr, Ms. Leslie, Mr. Abel, Commissioner Burney, total of 6. Okay, for the next sections, I'm actually going to ask the sponsor to give us a brief summary of their proposals. And this is just for them to give an overview of it. And then we will accept votes to determine whether it gets 4 votes to carry further into the meeting. So the first one is in this section is the one that is number 12. Commissioner Bosevich, an overview, please.
So quick overview is the board 2 years ago, passed an order requiring that reserves be spent in a particular order out of the road fund. And those reserves that were not clearly identified as coming from federal forest funds had to be spent first. This particular amendment corrects the budget to obey that board order and has the territorial project being spent out of the mixed reserves, where we're not sure how much of those reserves are federal versus state road fund dollars, and basically is moving the money around to do so, and saving the SRS reserves for last. Ultimately, if we continue this policy, we'll end up with all federal forest money in reserves in the road fund. And the reason we adopted that 2 years ago was those federal dollars are more flexible than the state dollars. So you want to spend them last.
Thank you, Commissioner Bosovic. All those in favor of further discussions, please raise their hands.
Yeah.
So we have myself. Thank you, Dale. So we have Dale, we have myself, we have Commissioner Bosovic, we have Commissioner Farr, we have Mr. Abel, Mr. Haynes, and that's it. So a total of 6 on that. We're going
Did you get Ms. Leslie?
The next. Oh, Ms. Leslie, you had your hand up. I may have missed you. And so that would be a total of 7 there. Thank you. And then let's go to the number 13. And this is another one from Commissioner Bosovic. Will you give us an overview, please?
Basically, this is to put us back into the Association of ONC Counties. And this is deriving the money from a couple places. One is the Association of Oregon County Federal Land Subcommittee is being dissolved. And that's where $19,000 of the money is coming from, which was the only other place that we have a hired lobbyist in DC through that funding. So we're losing that voice through the Association of Oregon Counties. The Association of ONC Counties also hires lobbyists, and we have traditionally participated in that. The rest of the funding is going to come from my office funds and general fund reserve. And just traditionally, I sent some information about the ONC counties out, including a presentation by Alex Kyler that was developed for the Budget Committee almost 10 years ago, I think, that kind of describes some of the federal forest funding, where it comes from, where it goes, what organizations are involved, to answer some of Mr. Hazen's questions about AOCC. And I also included a spreadsheet of in 2020 dollars, what has come into our general fund from ONC lands, whether it's direct timber harvest money or federal replacement dollars. So you can understand how that's diminished over time and the need for us to lobby the federal government around those lands.
Thank you. A show of hands for discussion on this item.
Yes, for discussion.
So, thank you. So we have Dale, we have myself, we have Commissioner Bosovic, Commissioner Farr, Mr. Abel. So I've got a total of 5. Okay, another proposal from Commissioner Bosovic, please.
Okay, this proposal is to move some money from climate action planning into the sheriff's office. And I'll go into detail about why I think it's a good idea if this gets the 4 votes. I don't want to try and preempt it, but basically it's about prioritization and how well we're doing as far as our per capita and our operational carbon footprint here in Lane County versus how poorly we're doing as far as dealing with problem properties out in rural areas that are actually causing environmental degradation daily. And the idea is to hire 2 sheriff's deputies to specifically investigate those issues and try and get some of those properties dealt with. So that's the proposal, is just to shift money from something I believe is not as high priority and not an immediate environmental need.
Hands up for discussion on this.
Yes, for discussion.
Okay, we have Dale, myself, Commissioner Bozievich, Commissioner Farr, and Mr. Abel for a total of 5. Okay. And we're down to number 15. And I'm going to ask Mr. Hazen, Commissioner Burney, do you have a question?
No, it's probably inappropriate. It's a comment, so I guess I'll have to hold it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Mr. Hazen, will you give us an overview of the item that you have here on number 15?
Sure. There's a more detailed version of the proposal that provides some of the justification. Since I have gotten some feedback on this direction, I have a 4-minute summary of why I would like to move forward on this proposal that I would like to have the opportunity to present to you all. In brief, we don't have yet in Lane County a simple, easy to understand and data-driven approach to the public about how the county is doing against our strategic plan over time. I understand a lot of communication is being done. I think that's all well and good, and that's why I'm proposing this as a sort of next step up for the county. I think this is exactly the time to adopt performance metrics as part of the innovation that our county administrator has mentioned. It's a best practice according to the National Association of Counties, which Lane County is a member of. And in addition to the GFOA award, I'd like our county to win the award for public engagement and high levels of trust in government. So I hope I have the opportunity to just spend 4 more minutes with you all discussing that.
Okay, those who would like to discuss this further, please put a hand up. Okay, so you have myself, you have Commissioner Sorensen, you have Ms. Leslie, you have Mr. Hazen. So we've got 4. Okay, Mr. Hazen, we go ahead with the 17 item.
So this is, in a way, maybe a subset, and I'll just say on the, this is my first experience with this committee, so I wasn't, exactly sure what was expected in the types of proposals I made. I think when I heard the Public Safety Department talk about not having resources to track incidents and crime statistics, I feel like that is a disservice to the public that this committee has an opportunity to correct. I don't know that that's going to take much budget. I think there are a lot of inexpensive ways to get that data that would communicate to the public the reason, to the point being raised by Commissioner Bozievich, the reason why we need to fund and perhaps increase funding to that part of our county government. I've heard anecdotal complaints, but I didn't have any data coming into this committee discussion, and I still don't have any data. And I feel like that's something that would improve our budget process going forward.
Chair, did we skip one?
Did I miss one?
We did, yeah, the budget committee question tracking process, yeah. So
excellent. So we're going to vote on this one. Thank you, Commissioner Buck. So we're going to vote on the one that Mr. Hazen just gave us a briefing on, which is 17, and then we will back up to that other one. So hands up for discussions on the one that has to do with the public safety tracking. Raise your hand, please. Commissioner Sorensen, Mr. Abel, Mr. Hazen, total of 3.
So on the budget committee question tracking, I'm happy to defer to staff on this one. The feedback I got was that may be more of just a process innovation, and it doesn't necessarily need to be discussed any further by the budget committee. I think there's much simpler, less time consuming for everybody way to track the Q&A. I'll leave it at that. We
So
can
would
go
you
to-
like a vote on it, or would you like to withdraw it?
I'm happy to withdraw it and move to the next one.
Very good.
Okay.
So we're going to go to number 18 then. Thank you.
Okay, 18 is registration for premium user accounts for LinkedIn and Glassdoor. So this proposal is in direct response to the feedback from the human resources function on what would enable them to be more effective in their role within the county administration. I would like to begin to support that part of the administration being more effective at their jobs. The higher quality staff that we have, the higher higher confidence our people will have in government, and I believe the more effective public resources will be utilized. So this is just a very small step. I look forward to further discussions about how to improve the people management, talent management part of our function as I get to know government better. But this is one small proposal I thought I would put forward this year.
Hands up for further discussion on this topic. I see Commissioner Sorensen, Mr. Abel, Mr. Hayden, total 3.
And
yep. Go ahead.
And for the last one?
Yes, please.
So similarly, this is in response to the comments made by the head of this department, similar to the last proposal. There is, as I understood it, there is not currently any plan to develop innovative software solutions for our Department of Tax and Assessment. The head of that department is scheduled his retirement. He will take with him a huge amount of institutional knowledge. This would be a really good time to figure out how to take that part of our essential county administration into the 21st century. And I have no idea what they'll come up with, but I'm sure that an initial study would help move this forward and hopefully result in a concrete budget proposal next year for that kind of investment in our tax and assessment systems.
Thank you. A show of hands for discussion on this topic. Mr. Sorensen, Mr. Abel, Mr. Hazen, total of 3. Okay. We're going to move back up. And Commissioner Sorensen, this may be the same question. Is there a recommendation for how to maybe make this, where to start with these? Does anybody have a preference, like starting in order or so forth? Commissioner Sorensen.
Top down.
Yes, thank you so much. On the items that we're going to discuss, it seems like we might want to have a grouping of them. And I haven't looked them all over which ones made the cut or not, the cut for discussion, but it seems like we could, kind of group them so that you could call, like, maybe all of those the pantry, or it looks like staff's putting up something on the screen there, but if they involve, say, like the Oak Ridge Food Pantry, maybe there aren't any others like that. So maybe that one would be separate, but maybe if there's money going to or proposed to go to Central Latino or some other program, they could be, done together. But it doesn't look like there's too many that are really groupable. So I guess I would just march down them in the order in which they were presented.
Commissioner Farr.
Thank you. Clearly, there are a couple that are redundant in that community requested and Commissioner Buck requested. Why don't we just drop the community request and go with Commissioner Buck instead?
Any other comments before we move forward? Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll start at the top, we'll move down. For those where we actually have duplicates, I think that we'll do a little grouping together, and obviously it would take a motion in order to do anything on these, so we can start discussions. So let's actually, I'm going to go ahead and do a little grouping here. We're going to group the Central Latino Americano ones together for discussion. They can obviously have separate motions. Commissioner Bozievich.
Thank you. So as I was trying to get to before, we have a process to provide funds to nonprofits. And we started this community request form several years back. In fact, I may have even started before I became a commissioner. And traditionally, we'd only get one request every year. And it was from the water master to fund some, phone service and office, products and all that. And we would turn it down every year because that's a state agency and the state should be funding it. This is the first time we've gotten a bunch of community requests like this. I've been involved in a lot of grant processes. I'm a founding board member of the Three Rivers Community Foundation, which now Commissioner Farr has been in his first year there. You have an advertisement that you're going to put out a certain amount of money and people make applications into you. We did the same thing when we did our capital funding distribution for supported housing, our housing improvement plan. We put out a request for proposals, and then we decided who we were going to grant to. If we start just taking reserve money and granting it to whoever asked for it in this community request format, you are going to set a precedent that we will have 50 to 200 of these next year. Once word gets out that we're distributing money directly out of reserves, directly to nonprofits with no competitive process, no advertisement, no set dollar amount, I would recommend that we vote down all of the community requests, including the reduced amounts that Commissioner Buck is proposing. There's hundreds of large foundations that fund these kind of requests, and we spend millions out of our human services division in our HUD money, continuum of care, that has its own process and criteria. So I just caution the Budget Committee about establishing a precedent of using reserve money for direct granting without an open process and a competitive and well-described process. So as much as I feel these are needy, I didn't even raise my hands for SAISA Outreach Services, which is in my district, because I understand that they are part of the Human Services Division budget. I also understand they also even get money from our local Public Safety Coordinating Council as a victim services agency. There's competitive ways they get into those, or they're designated by the state to receive funding. When we start doing this, you're opening you're shoving the camel's nose under the tent, and we are going to have the whole camel in the tent next year. So just a word of warning, I'm recommending that we vote all of these community requests down.
Okay, so I've got a queue here. I'm going to just list them first and then we'll start. So I've got Larry, Dale, and Pat. And so Larry, let's start with you next, please.
I don't think I had my hand up, so I'm good for now.
Okay. No problem. Mr. Stoneberg, you're next, please.
I have an inherent problem with these in that it is the only thing we're being asked to vote on where we don't have the opportunity to ask the people who are asking for the money and get clarifying questions. I don't feel like I have enough information to make an informed vote on this. So with that, I'm going to be a no on all of them. Thanks.
Commissioner Farr?
Thank you, Chair. You know, there is it's a competitive and well-vetted process that the Human Services Commission goes through to field requests from the community with the limited funds that we have in the Human Services Commission. That is the same for the Continuum of Care grant that we approve. Now, the Human Services Commission is a intergovernmental commission, but it is a Lane County body, so it is attended, and the votes are made by people from Lane County, the City of Eugene, City of Springfield. So it's a broad process. And to address something that Mr. Stoneberg just said, a lot of questions are asked throughout the process regarding specifically how does it fit in with all of the multitude of other requests. And Commissioner Bernie, I agree with you, something you said earlier. We don't have nearly enough money to fund the needs and requests from our local nonprofits. So this seems like a kind of a first come or loudest bidder gets the nod. I prefer to see it go through the Human Services Commission, where it is deeply, broadly vetted. It has a public process. So each of the members of, I'm looking, other than the Oak Ridge and Community Birth Center, the other agencies typically have somebody sitting in the Human Services Commission meetings, and they're a part of the process all the way through. So I think it's a more deliberative, more judicious process to go through Human Services on this.
Commissioner Bernie?
For those of you that don't know, which means you probably don't care, this is a classic problem I'm having. My heart says, give them what they asked for. And unfortunately, my head sometimes listens to Commissioner Bozovich and agrees with the logic. And Commissioner Farr, it's interesting because I really took note when you stated when I was having problems because it seemed duplicative, the first 7 and then the next few. And you pointed out, yeah, dummy, that's why I'm only voting for this group of them. But I use that word, not you, sir. So I also know that this is an interesting sign. I didn't realize, Jay, that this has been something that's been available for several years. So I apologize for my remarks. I thought I heard it was new. I think we're getting a signal from our nonprofit human service community that they desperately need more resources, even to deliver the same level of services that they were, and the need for their services is greater. That is not a good formula. And I think that's what we're hearing loud and clear. I also know that nonprofits spend their resources to develop proposals. So even though I think this is somewhat of a cluster of a process as it relates to this group, because there's no criteria at all, I'm probably, even if I'm in the minority, I'm probably going to vote for Commissioner Buck's attempt at 8, 9, 10, and 11, except for I'm going to vote for all of them only to get $10,000. It's a gesture, and we should not put ourselves in this position again. Because I agree with the processes outlined by Commissioners Farr and Bozovich.
Oops, sorry about that. Commissioner Buck.
I just thought I'd at least speak to the proposals I presented quickly. I share the sentiment that we don't really have a criteria or process to do this through this committee. And we may want to consider doing that or having something for future fiscal years. And I realize we don't have unlimited funds. I mean, we had $340,000 of asks here presented to us. And that is a lot of money that we know we need for other vital services as well. So my attempt really was to, consolidate some of the ones that may not go through the Human Services Committee. And we are familiar with their work. We know that they're solid agencies and are in great need in the middle of a pandemic. And so I picked out a few that total $50,000 that could come from the reserves. It was a more palpable amount of money, and we know that these people need that to do services on the ground for people that need it right now. But I just want to point out the fact that some of the statements that have said already are absolutely true. I mean, if we're going to do this for the future, we need to sit down as a committee and talk over how we want to do this and how we want this process to be, so it's not as I was going to say a little chaotic for tonight, but it's different, and it wasn't this way last year. I didn't see any community requests last year. So this is my second budget cycle, and now we've got quite a few. So I would suggest that the committee talk about this maybe in as a process or policy type of decision after we finish our budget for this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Farr, and then I'll have a comment after that.
Thank you. I would be fully in favor of this. We have about $117,000 or so on the table here between these proposals. If somebody said, let's give $117,000 more to the Human Services Commission, you'd have me standing on my chair saying yes, because then it would go through a deliberative process that really is fully vetted. This is not. It really seems a little circumspect in its approach. So for the future, rather than pick out individual charities to give it to, individual agencies to give it to, let's just give more to Human Services Commission, because they will handle it well. They do handle it well, and I have a full faith in the process.
Thank you. So a comment from me, and then we'll go to Mr. Hazen after I get a chance here real quick. I did want to basically step in, and I really appreciate the amount of details that's been able to come from the commissioners. And I do think that it's problematic to handle these in this particular format. I feel for these individual groups and for many others who didn't have the opportunity to actually submit because they weren't aware of it. And those factors, I don't know that there's two factors that really lead to me that I cannot vote in favor of these. One is because of the somewhat flaws in the process, and if this is the way it's going to go, it should be handled differently at a different time. Second of all, pulling this money from reserves in this particular year, I'm not comfortable with. And then Mr. Hazen, a comment from you.
I'd like to defer to Commissioner Sorensen, who you may not have seen has had his hand up for quite some time. And then I'll make a comment after that.
Absolutely. And Pete, I do apologize. My mute button for you is right over your right shoulder. So you may have to put your hand up a little bit higher. I don't mean to miss you. So Pete, please, there we go. Thank you. Go ahead, Pete.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that there are good reasons to have the community, proposals. Not everyone is plugged into all of these interconnected organizations of the City of Eugene, City of Springfield, Oregon Community Foundation. And so this proposal, this concept of allowing people from the community to say, hey, we see you're giving, millions of dollars to this group or that group or this organization or this commission, but hey, we're out here, we're doing good work, and we want you to fund our good work. So the reason we have this idea is because we may find that something has been overlooked. Now, it's a very compelling argument. In many of the previous budgets, I voted against community supported projects when it dipped into reserves. So it's a very credible vote. And I heard several committee members say, hey, I just don't want to take money out of reserves. And that, to me, that's very legitimate. But I think that this is a safety valve for organizations and people in our community that are trying to do some good And to distinguish some of these, you know, we do have a pretty robust, as Commissioner Farr knows, as all of us that have been on the Human Service Commission knows, we have a very robust relationship with cities of Eugene and Springfield. Springfield hasn't been putting much money into this program in recent years, so that's maybe a problem that we need a safety valve for. But in general, I think it's a good thing that we have this very involved human service providers group that advises the Human Service Commission. And so maybe some of these that are in the category of Central Latino Immigration Legal Services, maybe they fall into that category. Maybe the Upper Willamette Food Pantry falls into that. But I think that the birth center would be a great example. It doesn't fit into that. I don't think they really fund birth centers. And so it's not that they have made a conscious decision to not fund a birth center. And also, I think it's consistent with the idea that Ms. Leslie mentioned, and that is that you know, it's perfectly fine in our under our budget rules to use small amounts of reserve in the case of capital, you know, capital effort. So I would just want to not want to exclude the concept of these in the future. They almost are always denied because of concerns of where's the money going to come from? Well, it's going to come from the reserve. Well, that wasn't proposed by county administration. That's not necessarily a good idea. But I just want to speak up on behalf of the concept. And I also want to get, and we have never gotten, and I do want to get staff response to these proposals, because it's been pointed out, I think it was pointed out earlier that staff hasn't given their views on it. And before I want to vote on these things, I'd like to know yes or no. Does staff think this is a good idea or not? It wasn't in the base budget, but then the base budget was put together in February and March, and things have changed since then. So I just want to get an up or down recommendation from staff on them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you say Commissioner Farr? Just a quick clarification. The city of Springfield's been pulling its full load. I'm sorry?
I'll go away. Mr. Hazen first, and then Pat, you can go next.
But thank you, Commissioner.
So I still am, okay, so let me take a step back here. I feel like one of my obligations as a member of this committee is to be able to explain our actions to my fellow community members. And I'm, at the moment, I'm with Joe's sentiments exactly. My heart is here, but I'm having a real hard time with the process. And for that reason, at the moment, I can't see my way to supporting this approach. We still haven't heard why these 4 proposals don't or cannot go through the Human Services Commission. We still haven't heard any details of how these funds would be used. If it is part of the process that the government makes charitable donations to worthy causes, then okay, fine. I'm learning about the process. But I just feel like we don't have enough information to even make a decision. It would be really hard for me to go explain to my fellow citizens why these worthy causes were funded over, you know, a dozen others we could all, I'm sure, come up with and present and say, well, you know, these guys should, you know, community supported shelters should have gotten $20,000. They're doing a fantastic job of reducing the cost of homelessness to Lane County. You know, I mean, anyway, I don't know if that's a comment or a question. I think Commissioner Buck might have a response to that. Perhaps Commissioner Sorensen could shed more light on this for me. I'm open to responses.
I'm here.
Commissioner Farr, are you still? Yep, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to very quick. Sorry for overriding in the last, but the city of Springfield, that's wrong. They are not fulfilling their obligation. They are fully funding the Human Services Commission to the limit that they should be.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Burney?
I would like if all of these 11 items are voted down, Chair, please give me space because Commissioner Farr gave me a brainstorm of a proposal, which as an anti-bureaucracy guy is going to sound very bureaucratic, but it will relate to giving a certain amount to the Human Services Commission as it relates to this item, even though I expect those that don't want to dip into reserves don't want to hear it.
Okay, so we've definitely drifted in a conversation about this whole first group, and we've had a lot of discussion. Is there a motion related to any of that first grouping? Would somebody like to make a motion?
Chair, this is Commissioner Farr.
Commissioner Farr.
My motion is that we take the entire 1 through 4 on this list and vote no.
Okay.
Second.
And it's been moved and seconded to move to vote no. So voting yes on this means no on the first 4.
A bit out of
So if
order,
you want
but I'll
to,
accept.
Nice, Pat, nice.
so we'll Commissioner Sorensen.
You're on mute.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Thank
did you have a
you.
comment? Okay.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to make a motion to amend the motion and allow the funding of the community request for the birth center. That's item number 3.
I would accept that as a friendly.
Okay. So we have a motion as amended. Commissioner Bosovic.
I have trouble with that because now we're voting yes to vote to approve not giving money to 3 agencies and to give money to 1. You're now getting into, this reminds me of a constitutional amendment. Let's split these up and do separate vote. If we're gonna start having one versus the other, or at least take that one out of the motion, maybe that should be the amendment, because I want to vote different ways for 2 parts of this, and we didn't, because it was accepted as a friendly by the chair, we didn't get the vote on the amendment.
Thank you. The second didn't accept, and I withdraw my acceptance as a friendly. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sorensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to suggest a procedural, improvement to our process, and that is that we have all motions withdrawn and that we go down the list and have each vote. We voted previously to discuss these items. So we've discussed some of them. So I think we're ready to vote on at least the first one, maybe the second one, maybe the third one. And if we just do that, we can quickly get through them and then everybody can vote the way they, on the thing in front of them.
Point of order.
So Commissioner,
we have a motion on the floor. So either the motion has to be withdrawn, and then in order to do votes on each one of those, there has to be a motion in this section before we take a vote. We can't just go down the list and take a vote. You have to ask for a motion for each one. Thank you.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Thank you. I'll move approval of item 1.
I believe we actually already have a motion. Commissioner Farr, you have a motion. Will you restate your motion?
My
for me?
motion stands unamended at this point in time. We should just vote on that motion and pass it or fail it, and then go to Commissioner Sorensen's requests.
Excellent idea. Will you restate your motion for me, please?
I move that we deny the approvals on item 1, deny the request on items 1 through 4.
And can I get a confirmation that there is a second on this motion?
Yes, second.
Okay. Commissioner Farr has, there's a motion to deny 1 through 4. One more piece of discussion, please, from Ms. Leslie.
And I just confirmed that a yes vote is a no vote here.
A yes vote denies the request, yes.
I would like a large yum bowl, and I would like the cauliflower rice instead of the jasmine rice.
Okay, Steve Manila,
your
Steve Manila, your
I like that as a friendly
volume
amendment.
is on.
No, it's the same one. This is
Yeah,
what I'm-
good call. Get that cauliflower rice.
Who said you could eat? Is that in the budget? Making me hungry now.
Yeah, it's been moved and seconded that number 1 through 4 are denied. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Commissioner Sorensen, and then everybody else was, so it is a vote of 9-1. It passes. We're denying 1 through 4. I think I got that right. Okay. Let's keep this a little simpler going forward. Let's have a discussion on number 5. Commissioner Buck, as you proposed this, you got a comment on it?
Yes, I know that this particular agency does a lot of work in rural communities, and it is a vital service, especially in South Lane, but they do work all over. They are a solid agency. We know that we know and respect their work, and I would highly recommend approval of this particular item.
Okay. Mr. Hazen.
Commissioner Buck, are you able to elaborate on the use of funds and why this agency felt that they were unable to get the funds that they need from the Human Services Commission? Please.
It's my understanding that that is all outlined in the application, and I can only refer back to the application itself.
I apologize. Do we have copies of the applications?
I've seen that all the applications were attached in previous material.
I believe they were early in the budget process.
Yes.
Commissioner Bosevich.
Thank you. So I just want to remind folks that one of the first things we did tonight was remove somewhere between $6 and $8 million from our budget because of COVID-19, and that was all coming out of various reserves. So we're already down $6 to $8 million. I was just trying to do some quick math on the side, and I wasn't coming up with the same number twice. But even with that, I would like to move that the budget committee take $100,000 out of general fund reserves and transfer it to the Human Services Commission.
Hey, that was my motion, but I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded that a different proposal be placed to take $100,000 from reserves and allocate that to the Human Services Commission.
Chair, I have a question.
Questions on that motion?
Yep, I got a question.
Dale, go ahead.
Jay, I presume this is to circumvent these other things. Is that your intent?
Yeah, my intent is to do this in lieu of doing the direct allocations and have folks go through the process. Having sat on a foundation board, and Commissioner Farr got to do this year.
2 times.
Two times, sorry. 200 applications every year for somewhere between $100,000 to $200,000 for the Three Rivers Foundation. I would hate to be on one of the larger casino boards where they're dealing with millions. With a set criteria, multiple people scoring, hours-long meeting to decide who you're going to grant to. So if we start the process, go down the road where we are going to do as a budget committee, start granting money and going through a process to vet and everything, the 20 hours we're already doing just to learn about our budget, that is minor. I mean, I spend weeks reading grant applications prior to that multiple hour meeting where I'm doing individual ranking, and we have specialized software that lets everybody put their ranking in the system and lets the grant application people get in and submit their grants online and everything. It is a big, big process, and something also the HSC is set up to do. I would just presume if we want to help nonprofits, we move this money directly over to HSC, take the hit in reserves, and just tell folks, please go through the process there. They have an extra $100,000 because we understand the crisis we're in right now. We understand that you guys can't necessarily get the funding you need all the time to continue. And particularly when you look at folks like the community sharing request, that's actually for a recurring expense, that they want to have repeated. So we're going to have them come back every year and have this discussion every year for community sharing for that additional money that they need for health insurance and staff salaries. I think this is a much, better, more effective way of doing that. Even though I hate jumping into reserves, but I understand this is not normal times.
Commissioner Burney.
Just to clarify, Commissioner Farr, who serves on the Human Services Commission, came up with this idea. I, who also, by the way, serve on the Human Services Commission, identified that was brilliant. I was going to make a motion, and Senator Bozievich beat me to the punch. However, I know, that's not important. What's important is that this is a process that had no process. The Budget Committee is being confronted with it. It indicates the dire need out there. And I think this motion, I'm speaking in favor of the motion if people didn't know. I think this motion removes this from a group, moves it to the infrastructure where it won't cost money to determine moving the money to those that need it. And I enthusiastically support this motion.
Commissioner Buck.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of that particular motion. My only concern would be if, these are really wonderful agencies that we have in front of us, and I would be concerned if one of them wasn't eligible to apply through that particular revenue source. So if they all could apply, I'm all in favor. If one of them are not able to for some reason, I would have a bit of pause about that.
Mr. Larry Abel.
Yeah, I support what Commissioner Buck just said. And I just want to clarify that if the 100,000 goes to the Human Services Commission, they're going to do a kind of RFP and be grant applications and then decide based on the applications.
That is my understanding of the motion. There's no basic restrictions on what the Human Services Commission does with us. So it's part of their process. So does that answer your question, Larry?
It actually, can I clarify that a little bit, Chair? The Human Services Commission goes through an annual process to delegate the funding that comes in from the three agencies out to the nonprofits that provide those services. And this would just be $100,000 of additional money they'd have in their already set process. It wouldn't be $100,000 of a separate grant process. It would just increase their budget by $100,000 is basically what the motion will do.
So it would be for next year's allocation that they do? They won't do a separate allocation for the 100,000?
Yeah, they go through that process every year, the Human Services Commission does, of setting their budget and recommending who's going to be funded. And this will just give them an extra $100,000 to fund the various agencies. As far as who's, the only ones I would say that may not be directly eligible would be the Community Birth Center's capital funding. And I'm not quite sure whether or not any of the food banks across get funded through that. But I do know that a lot of other foundations give money to the food banks. In fact, the Three Rivers, that was one of our major gives, was to food banks all across their region. And I do know that capital money in particular is what they like to do because they don't like to fund recurring expenses. So buying food for a food bank, a one-time expense, or a capital is the kind of project that gets rated highly by a lot of foundations that don't want to fund ongoing. Whereas the Human Services Commission is more about ongoing funding for program, services.
Thank you. Commissioner Farr.
Thank you. And that's a good characterization. It would go in $100,000 into next year's process, which is a fixed process that involves all three jurisdictions. It also give a little bit of leverage to perhaps get the other jurisdictions to kick in a little bit more through their budget process. And Commissioner Bozovich is correct in that the Community Birth Center would not typically be a funded agency through the Human Services Commission. And typically the local food banks would not either. It goes more to the regional. So now local food banks are not ineligible, but they simply usually would not get a consideration.
Any other discussion on the topic? Commissioner Sorensen. You're already unmuted.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to address this. I just wanted to raise at this point a point of order that we have not gone through all of the items that the Budget Committee voted for people to discuss. So this is a new idea. It hasn't received 4 votes for discussion. So I would respectfully request that you rule this out of order and until we finish discussing all the things the Budget Committee said it wanted to discuss, then we can go on to other motions. But to me, this point of order is in compliance with the way you set this meeting up. If that's not your ruling, then I'd like to make a motion right now on something else that I feel should be funded. But I don't think the committee has agreed to hear me make motions on that topic.
Commissioner Sorensen, I think you make a very valid point, and with the agreement of the second, I will withdraw my motion and we'll go on down. But at least people know when I vote no on the upcoming motions, it's because I do plan on, or Joe or Pat will probably make the same motion later on in the meeting. So I can't remember who seconded the motion. Oh, Joe, do you agree to withdraw?
Yes, and I also agree that when I vote no on all these, I'm really voting yes on all these later.
Okay, there is no longer a motion on the floor. And let's just go ahead and do motions on the next of these, if I can get a motion on number 5. Mr. Hazen.
Sorry, before we do that, could I just ask one point of clarification about the preceding discussion regarding the items likely to be eligible for funding through the Human Services Commission. What I heard was, and I don't know if staff can confirm this, is that the community birth center request would likely not be qualified for funding under that program.
I think Commissioner Farr had some input on that. He works directly with the Human Services Commission.
Historically, that would not have been. However, really anybody can make a request for the Human Services Commission.
Commissioner Burney?
I think Mr. Hazen's concern, if it is one, will be addressed when we remake the motion. But I'm all for continuing down as Commissioner Sorensen suggested so we can get through this.
Great. Is there a motion on number 5? And if not, then I'll move forward. Commissioner Sorensen.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval of the request of number 5, and that's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item number 5 as listed. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Sorensen.
As I mentioned, the purpose of the community, proposals is to give organizations and individuals the opportunity to make budget proposals to the county government. And many of them are turned down because they dip into reserves. They might be defeated because there's other places that the group could go to get funding to do something. But it seems to me that this is a pretty dire time, and we've had reports, at least at the Board of Commissioners, that sometimes the Spanish-speaking people in our community haven't been necessarily involved in the government decision-making or agency decision-making, yet the needs are great. So I think this is a perfect example to, try to help this organization out and the people that it funds. And if the Budget Committee does put it in the budget, then it's going to be up to the departments involved to figure out how to create a appropriate contract. And to me, that's all left to the proper administration of these funds.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, Commissioner Burney.
I'm sorry, Chair. I just want to make it clear that voting no on this is not disagreeing in any way with what Commissioner Sorensen just said.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none. I'd like to take a hand vote on this, and I'll call them all out. And Dale, are you a yes or a no on this?
No.
Okay, Dale's a no. All others, please raise your hand that are in favor of. So if you're in favor of it, please raise your hand. I see hands from Commissioner Sorensen and Commissioner Buck and from Ms. Leslie. And that's thank you. All those opposed, raise your hand. I have myself, Commissioner Bozovich, Commissioner Farr, Mr. Abel, Mr. Hazen, and Commissioner Burney. Motion fails. I'd accept a motion on number 6. Commissioner Buck.
I move approval of transferring $20,000 from general reserve to the community sharing program.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Sorensen seconds. Any additional discussion on this? Okay, seeing no discussion, We're going to do the same vote again. Dale, are you a yes or a no on this?
No.
Okay, thank you. All those on screen in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. I see Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, Ms. Leslie. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I see myself, Commissioner Bozovic, Commissioner Farr, Mr. Abel, Mr. Hazen, and Commissioner Burney. Motion fails. I would accept a motion on number 7. Commissioner Buck, please.
I move approval of transferring $10,000 from general reserve to our community birth center.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Sorensen, second. Discussion from Commissioner Farr.
Thank you. This does stand separately from the other 3 of Commissioner Buck's recommendations or requests, and it does stand separately from the other ones above, other than that Community Birth Center was wrapped into that. I reserved my vote. I voted no on that one, or voted against that proposal. I'm going to vote yes on this one because it is separate from the Human Services Commission process.
Commissioner Burney?
Once again, Commissioner Farr and I agree. However, Chair, what number are we voting on right now?
We are on number 7. This is the birthing center.
Number 7 on my list is different. Number 7.
So are you looking on the screen that's presented by budget staff?
Well, I thought that was the same screen we got. If not, I apologize. No, I'm not. I apologize. Thank you.
Excellent point. We'll pay attention and I'll call them out better. Is there any additional discussion on the birthing center proposal? Okay. We'll do another similar vote. Dale, what's your vote on number 7?
Also no, and only because I can't question anybody in regards to it.
Okay, thank you. On screen, all those in favor, please raise your hand. I see Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, Commissioner Farr, Ms. Leslie, Larry Abel, Chris Hazen, and Commissioner Burney for a total of 7. Motion passes. Did budget staff get that? There we go. Okay, I would entertain a motion on number 8. Commissioner Buck.
They're all my proposals, so I have to make the motion. But I move approval of transferring $10,000 from the general reserve to the Upper Willamette CDC Oak Ridge Food Pantry.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Sorensen seconds. Discussion on this topic. Commissioner Farr?
I cannot express in words how painful a no vote is on this, but I refer to the earlier discussion we've had.
Thank you. Commissioner Burney?
Forgive my naivete, but is the Upper Willamette CDC eligible to apply to funds to the Human Services Commission?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, we are going to vote on the Oak Ridge Food Pantry for $10,000 from reserves. The same style of vote again. Dale, your vote on this?
No.
Okay. And then all those in favor on screen, please raise your hand. I see Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, Ms. Leslie. That's it. All those opposed, raise your hand, please. See myself, Commissioner Bozovic, Commissioner Farr, Mr. Abel, Mr. Hazen, and Commissioner Burney. Motion fails. Commissioner Burney.
Haha, Jay. I would like to make a motion, and that motion, and by the way, backdrop to this motion.
Still going down the list, Joe.
Yeah.
We are?
Bernie,
Oh, damn.
yeah, Commissioner Bernie, we're going to get to the bottom. Okay.
I apologize. Get to the bottom of this, would you?
We're working on it. Okay, the next item on here is on the new sheet is item number 9. And Commissioner Bozievich, I would like to give you a recap of this again, and then we're going to continue along with discussion from other individuals. So first, Commissioner Bozievich.
Mr. Hazen has a question real quick.
Oh,
Mr. Hazen.
You're very gracious, Commissioner Bozievich. I'm wondering if I could impose on the committee to motion for a 5-minute break.
I think that that's an excellent idea. Let's take a 5-minute break and return at 8:30. Motion's made, seconded, approved. 5-minute break.
Oh,
8:30.
he gets to
Thank
make
you.
a motion. He gets to make a motion, but I don't. No, I'm just kidding.
Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Farr, Commissioner Buck, myself, Mr. Abel, Mr. Hazen, Mr. Stoneberg, Ms. Leslie. Okay. So I think we're on item number 9. Commissioner Bosevich, would you like to give us a high-level overview and any additional details?
Thank you. I think in response to some of the questions and answers, one of the things that was provided by Public Works was a copy of the board order from 2018 that basically directed the spending of road fund reserves that were non-federal derived first. And this is just to fix the territorial road project, instead of coming out of the SRS reserves, to come out of the mixed reserve. And then the SRS reserves will become part of the various contingency and emergency funds that are also required, those percentages of the road fund budget that we have to maintain. So eventually, if we continue down this path, we're going to end up with all federal funds in the road fund reserve. For those that might be new to the budget committee, the state gas tax money can only be spent on work within the right of way, basically, and roads. The federal forest money can be spent the same way, and it can also be spent on sheriff's patrol. And in fact, we use the ongoing revenue from harvest, whatever the harvest amount is, to support patrol division every year. And what we get in addition to that, we usually put into reserve. And this is just to kind of correct things to match up to the 2018 board order.
Okay, thank you. Dale, you're up first.
I was just going to ask, with this being the administrator's budget, just his take on this.
Are you asking for Murkowski to give us an opinion on that?
Correct.
TV on the line.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
TV on the line? Okay.
Yep, I'm here. I'm sorry, I missed the question. Can you repeat that, Dale?
I was just curious, with it being your budget, I just wanted to get your take on this part of it. That was all.
And we're on the transfer, the road fund transfer territorial project?
Yes.
Well, I guess what I would say is, I had a conversation with Mr. Hurley. I know Mr. Hurley is on I believe he's on here. And if you wanted to hear the perspective in terms of what the impact would be to the road fund, he certainly can provide that. I guess my primary perspective is that I think you want to understand what the impact would be by moving those funds and using other funds for the territorial project. So I'd rather have Mr. Hurley, if he's available, address any questions or concerns.
Hello, Budget Committee, can you hear me?
We can,
okay.
Thank you.
So my concern with this is that it essentially makes SRS funds unable to be tapped by Public Works. And we have a need for funding for the territorial highway project that is beyond what we're receiving from the state. So over the course of several years, we're receiving $30 million from the state, but we know that that's not going to be nearly sufficient for the entirety of the project. So if we're not able to tap into the SRS funds, which we feel is an appropriate use for these funds for territorial highway, we will have to draw down our other state funds, the other reserved, the mixed funds, we call it, to zero before we could get to the SRS funds. And we use that other pot of reserves for all sorts of other things, for stormwater, for other projects, and we don't want to draw that down to zero. So that's the concern.
Okay. Dale, does that answer your question?
Yep.
Very good.
Mr. Chair, I would just say, I would just add to that. I think this is a policy decision. So I want the committee to be informed by, pros and cons of, and at least understand what challenges would exist. But a couple years ago, the committee did ask that the SRS funds be accounted for in a separate way in the road fund. We have done that. I know there's been a lot of discussion about this issue generally. So I want you to be informed about, from Public Works perspective, about what the issues are. I've also shared with you that on the broader topic of public safety repair funding, it's something that I'm committed to working with the sheriff and Public Works on putting together something that's a more long-term proposal for you to consider. But I also feel like this is a policy discussion for the Budget Committee and the board ultimately to decide.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sorensen.
Thank you very much. I was kind of hoping, Mr. Hurley, you could tell us, whether you thought we should make this transfer, and what would be what are the reasons that this wasn't recommended in the main budget, and what are the implications if we were to approve this?
So if we're to approve this, then we will need to take that money out of our reserves for future projects. And we know that we have much more need for our future projects, particularly around Territorial Highway, than that pot of reserves can support. So again, that's why we proposed it this way, so that we could be able to tap into.
Are we going to have to take money away? Are we going to have to take money away from other things if this proposal is approved?
Yes, it takes away from the funding that we can put towards other roads projects for capital improvements, for improving our stormwater fund, our stormwater system, various public works projects. I would hope that we could come to some agreement with how the SRS funds could be utilized by both Public Works and the Sheriff's Department, Sheriff's Office, but we haven't had those conversations to figure out how we might be able to equitably share that.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Buck.
Thank you, Chair. I do not recall this large amount of money or discussion around the territorial project in this regard during our budget committee meetings. And to me, it feels like we could have a whole work session about this particular item at the board level, because it feels like it has a lot of detail to it that I may not necessarily disagree with the motion ultimately, but we're at 8:40 in the evening on a budget committee night, and there's a lot of nuance to this. Is this not something that we could come back and discuss in a separate setting with more time, either at the board level or as a supplemental to our budget?
It would be great to be able to have those conversations, and I regret that I didn't highlight this as part of our budget presentation to you previously.
Commissioner Bozievich.
Thank you. Once again, in the Q&A responses, we got a copy of the board order from 2018. The board order is explicit. You must spend the other reserves first. You will still have reserves, the same amount of reserves. It's just a matter of saving the federal money that's more flexible, and it can still be used for future capital projects. Nothing restricts the SRMS money any more. In fact, it's less restrictive than the state money. I am, this is a very simple, minimal transfer from pulling out of one reserve to pulling out of another, which still leaves the same amount of money in reserves in the road fund. It does not change that amount. It does not short any project, and it still funds the territorial project, but it obeys a board order to preserve SRS money, which is flexible. And if for some time in the future, down the road, we get to some kind of emergency or exigency where we need to draw reserves to help the sheriff's department, it has that flexibility. I'm not proposing to use it for that. The only place we're using any SRS money for the sheriff's department is in ongoing, funds that come in on harvest money, not the additional money that's allocated by Congress, which we consider one-time money. I don't understand why there's any objection to this at all by staff, because it's following board policy that was set 2 years ago in a board order. I move the motion.
So Dale, was that you? Okay. Who made the motion?
I did.
And who was I?
Jay.
I'll second moving the motion.
It's been moved and seconded to approve number 9 as stated. Any other discussion, Mr. Hazen?
I'd like to hear the response from staff before a vote is taken.
Also, I'm in queue, I think, Herb, right?
Go ahead, Dale.
I was just going to say my question to staff was, and I guess it wasn't straightforward enough, or I didn't articulate it well enough, is I'm in support of this motion, and I was just wondering why the budget didn't follow the board order and what that process was, which I guess is the same as Mr. Hazen's.
Okay. So there's a question to staff about why the budget proposal didn't follow the previous board order. So does staff have a response for that at this time?
I can just say that, we raised this issue during the department budget discussions that I and Ms. Moody had with the department budget office. And it was my understanding that that it was understood that those resources, that SRS funds would be used for that project prior to when that board order was adopted. That was my understanding, but I'll allow Mr. Hurley to provide the perspective from the department. I just wanted to be clear to the budget committee that we did raise that question, and we were also concerned about whether or not it was allowed under the board order. And so I don't think that it's I'm not surprised that there are members of the committee that are asking the question, and I don't think it's out of line for you to both have the discussion and make a change to the budget. Again, my interest was wanting to make sure that you understood both the history and the impacts of that shift. But I'll allow Mr. Hurley, if you want to clarify what the rationale was that you provided for why those funds were proposed to be used in that way.
I'd like to actually defer to our budget manager, Tanya Heaton here. I will admit that I didn't fully understand last year how this policy, the impacts of it and how it was to be implemented. But I'll put Tanya on so she can explain better.
Good evening, Budget Committee. I understand from reading the board order that we were to use the road fund reserves, the mixed pot that is in Fund 225 for the previously approved projects. I did not interpret the board order as saying that we could never request to use SRS money. We have fulfilled the 40% reserve that is required by policy with SRS money. And that remaining money, I did not understand that we could never request to use it. The road fund will not be able to support the territorial projects if we don't start using outside money.
Commissioner Burney.
Speaking only for myself, the more we discuss this, the less clear it is to me. I think, don't get mad at me, but I think board orders that were made when I wasn't on the board, I would love to revisit and review and understand better. I don't hear anyone saying this is a terrible thing. What I hear and what I am going to defer to, and my vote will be not to support this, but to have a work session so that when this comes up, I can better understand all the dynamics and implications. As much as I tend to follow Commissioner Bozievic's, God, Jay, I apologize. As much as I try to follow Jay's line of reasoning, and it's often persuasive to me, on this one, when I hear staff discuss that this in fact would eliminate options and constrain them more, my feeling is, excuse me, I'm almost done. My feeling is that why the heck not have a work session on it so that members that were not on this board in 2018 can understand what we're talking about and all its implications. Thank you.
Mr. Hazen.
Yeah, along similar lines to Commissioner Burney, as a public member of this committee, I feel very uncomfortable being asked to vote on what is clearly a direct disagreement between a commissioner and a senior member of staff. I think both Commissioner Bozievich, with all due respect, and Tanya Ellison have stated their cases very clearly. They're different. I don't feel like this is the place to settle the differences. So I mean, whatever we do with this, I abstain. I don't feel like this is something I would want to vote
on. Commissioner Bozievich.
All right, let me try and make this perfectly clear. The reason we wrote that board order was to preserve the SRS money as long as possible, not that we would never, ever, ever spend it. We wanted to spend mixed money first because in the past they hadn't done a good job of separating the reserve monies into separate funds so we could keep track of the SRS money separately from the gas tax money and the other state revenues. It's not going to change the amount of reserves that Public Works has. And it's not going to change the fact that ultimately we're going to burn through all that mixed stuff and then have to start using SRS money. It's just about which money gets spent first. It's still going to leave the same amount of spending in Public Works budget. They'll still get the $538 million for territorial highway. It just means that it'll come out of the mixed reserves first, and then eventually it'll start coming out of SRS reserves, purely for the fact that SRS money is more flexible than the state money. And I don't understand, and that was the whole point of that board order. And it specifically did say in the board order, and this has been an argument that Tanya and I have had since 2011 about spending on SRS money first, that we were going to spend non-SRS money first. So, this is simply just to correct something to match up to a board order. If we choose not to do this tonight, fine, we'll bring it up later. But it seems like a very simple adjustment that doesn't do any harm or prevent the Public Works from doing any future projects. Because the board order didn't say we could not spend SRS money. It just said spend the non-SRS money first. And that's all this is doing, is spending the non-SRS money first.
Any other discussion? Ms. Leslie.
I would just say that as a citizen member of the committee without the appropriate background, I'm with Chris Hazen on this. I would have to abstain from voting. I don't have the background or the information in order to assess this.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Dale.
Is this something, and I honestly don't know, in the 7 years I've been on the committee, I don't think it's ever been this contentious on something like this. Is this something that county council weighs in on and says this was how the board order reads and this is how it's applicable, or is that something else?
I would say that it might be if I was requested to do so, but I don't have the board order in front of me.
Commissioner Burney.
I just want to clarify. I heard the word contentious, and I feel no contention here whatsoever. I'm simply stating that let's visit this in a venue so that board members can have all the information and understanding. Because as Mr. Hazen stated, which is what concerns me, senior staff disagree with a member of the Board of Commissioners, and I need some time to dig into it, frankly. So no, this is not a no vote on doing this eventually. This is I don't want to make a decision until I have all the information.
Other discussion, Commissioner Buck?
I just want to concur with Commissioner Burney. I'm in the same boat. We may eventually vote on this, but it deserves a whole nother discussion.
Any other discussion? There is a motion for approval on this. Any additional discussion? Okay. Did somebody speak up? Dale, did you speak up? Okay. Seeing no more discussion, we'll go ahead and vote. Same process as before. Dale, are you a yes or a no on this?
I'm a yes on.
Thank you. And all those in favor of the item number 9, which is the transfer for the territorial project funds from one reserve to the other reserve, please put your hand out. So I see myself, Commissioner Bozievich, Commissioner Farr, plus Dale, that's 4. All those opposed? I see Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, and Commissioner Burney. So there were 3 against. I believe it takes, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, we do need a 6 to pass the motion, that's correct? I see Pete nod his head, so the motion failed.
And forgive me, Chair.
No, we don't. We need a majority of voting members and a quorum.
Okay. I have been corrected.
Well, I would defer to Christine on that because I was tutored that we need 6 out of 10, not majority, to move something forward. So I'd like some clarification.
Any guidance from staff?
This is Christine.
It says right there.
Thank you, Christine.
So.
Yes, it is 6 votes to be included in the approved budget.
Can we get a count on that? Were there abstentions on that? Because it didn't seem like I saw.
So let's clarify this vote, because I'll actually ask for abstentions. So I'm going to ask for yes, no's, and abstentions, just to make sure that we get this all clear in this particular forum. So Dale, your vote is a yes, correct?
I'm a yes on moving the money, correct?
Exactly. All of the others in favor, please confirm your vote of yes by raising your hand. So I see, let's see, that's Dale, myself, Jay, and Pat for a total of 4. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I see Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, Commissioner Burney for a total of 3. And then abstentions, please. I see Ms. Leslie, Mr. Abel, and Mr. Hazen. So 3 abstentions for a total vote of 10. So motion fails.
I'd like to ask council about that, because that's a simple majority vote. That was a 4-3 vote with 3 abstentions.
Can we get some help from staff on that?
What is the question?
We just had a 4-3 vote with 3 abstentions. Does the motion pass on the budget committee?
I'm gonna have to look at the budget committee bylaw. Christine, do you have those with you?
The budget committee has not adopted official bylaws, so it would be whatever would be Robert's Rules of Order, correct?
Correct. I'll get that. I've got it here at home. I'll get right back to you.
Thank you.
So I see no reason why we can't move forward with the next one, because this one's done as it is. So we will, I won't declare this one way or the other. We'll move forward and then circle back to this topic when Steve gets done with his review on Robert's Rules. So if we could, Commissioner Bosevich, can you give us an overview on number 10?
Yes, number 10 is basically to get the county back into its membership in the Association of O&C Counties, which is the O&C stands for the Oregon and California Railroad Counties, which are the lands that were originally deeded over the railroad, ended up back in the federal government in trust for the counties, and in the 1937 Act of Congress were set aside for, mostly primary purpose for timber harvest for the benefit of the counties. Spotted Owl comes along, timber harvest falls off, we get replacement payments. First it was the OWL payments, then the Secure Rural School Act. But traditionally, these lands have provided Lane County's general fund was somewhere between 20 to over $40 million per year on average over several decades until the last decade or so. And that's what that nice little graph that I sent you all is about. That's the money that came into the general fund in today's dollars. So it's been inflated. I also provided you guys with a copy of the spreadsheet that I developed for this graph, so you can follow the math if you have to. Not being part of the association, it's the one voice for these lands in Washington, D.C. One combined voice. There are only 18 counties in the entire nation that have these lands in it. We're one of those 18, and we are one of the largest counties as far as number of acres of these BLM managed lands. So this is about getting us back into the table at a time where we are dire need of revenue. We just passed budget amendments for $7 million worth of revenue losses. And we're talking about now we're getting about $3 million from our O&C lands when we used to get between 20 and 40 million. So if we could, get back into the association, lobby Congress, whether it's replacement payments or harvest, that's for the board to direct whoever our representative is to that group to lobby for. No matter what, that is a lot of revenue in our general fund. That could deal with things like our sheriff's patrol that we've talked about, how badly we need to upgrade sheriff's patrol. That could do things like fund the ongoing cost of some of our housing proposals. This is about being able to have that discretionary general fund money that we so badly need in our budget. You know, where putting $100,000 into the Human Services Commission wouldn't matter a whole lot. If we went from 3 million a year up to 20 million a year, boy, we'd have a hard time trying to decide how we're going to spend $17 million. So 70,000 some dollars out of our budget to try and get back into a conversation where we're talking about that big of a swing in revenue is a minor investment. And in the past, we have gained hundreds of thousands of dollars when this group has managed to get us out of sequestration, get the SRS payments were being sequestered illegally. And it was the only group that understood that and fought for it. So I think it's really important for us to be members of it. We're losing a voice in the Association of Oregon Counties because that federal lands committee is falling apart. And at the same time, that gives us almost $20,000 to spend on that 70,000. I'm also willing to reduce my office budget by 10,000 for this. It's that important to me. Another 50,000 is going to have to come out of reserve. I think that's the way I proposed it. But that's basically the proposal, is to get us back in the Association of ONC Counties, so we can have a voice at the table in Washington, D.C., a combined voice of the 18 counties, and be able to hopefully get some of that revenue back into our budget. And whether it's, you know, re-up of SRS or however we do it, it's just such a critical thing right now for us to be getting that, you know, having the federal government be responsible and actually compensate us for the land they own in our county. So that's the proposal.
Other discussion? Commissioner Farr?
Thank you, Chair Boardman. I'm going to vote in favor of this for a number of reasons, but in no small part because the lobby voice that we have in Washington, D.C. is not just for harvesting. It may, in fact, be in part for harvesting in a sustained fashion, but it really is for replacement of the dollars that were lost through to lack of harvest. And AOCC has been instrumental in getting money from the federal government on time that replaces the dollars that we lost through the years from harvest on federal lands. So this is a voice that we need in government in Washington, D.C., speaking for us, and not just for any one particular industry. They're speaking for Lane County.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, the county administrator, following the existing policy, did not recommend funding for the Association of ONC Counties. We've had a lot of testimony focused on how the Association of ONC Counties is not a transparent organization. You can't really learn what they're for. Some have said that they are in favor of the timber industry at the expense of other valid concerns regarding these lands. Lane County is among a number of counties that have quit the association over its litigious nature, over its anti-environment lobbying. And those counties, which Lane County joined last year, don't agree that public money should be spent for these things. Now, in the time that we have not been involved with the association, there were efforts to say, well, if you made yourself a little more transparent, maybe we would reconsider this whole thing. No efforts have been made at all regarding their litigation or their transparency. So I would urge the committee to vote no on this motion, because in voting no, we are making a clear statement that the policy that we adopted a year ago is going to be the policy we're going to go forward in the future. And to me, it was a good decision to join those counties that are not part of the association. One thing I would like to make clear is that the association does not give money to Lane County. They do not give us forest receipts. Those forest receipts are a function of federal law, and whether federal government follows that law, they're required to follow that law. And if they don't follow the law, then they face the potential of fighting by counties such as ours. And I might add, the vigorous support that Congressman DeFazio, Senator Merkley, and Senator Wyden give to protecting the funding that we get. So I don't think we need to be a member of it. I think it's a good decision that the administration made in not including it in our budget. And I think that revisiting this fight or revisiting this discussion is appropriate at the board level where policy decisions are made. Thank you.
Commissioner Bozievich.
Thank you. So I will say that their agendas, once mailed to commissioners, are public record, and their minutes, once emailed to commissioners, are public record. No organization allows the opposition in the room when they're discussing things with legal counsel. We don't do that. That's why we have executive sessions. So yes, we won't let folks that were in opposition and on opposite sides of a legal question into the room when they're discussing things. That's typical of almost any organization. Other than that, their agendas are public, their meetings are public, their minutes are public record. So the transparency issue is a little bit of a smokescreen. What I will say is we don't have the staff and the expertise to understand all the federal law around this or the federal budget issues. This association does and has people with long history involved in it. And it was that history and understanding that pointed out to the federal government that it was illegal to sequester funds for the SRS payments because they weren't part of the budget. And that netted over $600,000 to Lane County in that one little decision, and millions to other counties. So without that association, that would never have happened. And we've always been a part of this association. And I will say, I brought this up to be a board discussion and was told at that time that it should be brought up under the budget process. I tried to get 3 head nods to have a board discussion about this it was either January or February. And at that time, the discussion was that's a budget issue and we should bring that up under the budget process. So that's why I'm bringing it up now. So if it's not a budget issue, then I don't understand why we couldn't have the board discussion back when I asked for it. Now I'm being told it should have been a board discussion. So we can't have it both ways. This is a budget item. The reason the administration did not put it in the budget was because it didn't start in the budget. They don't put new items in without us asking for them, especially when you're doing a budget that's basically a no change budget. So that's why, it takes pulling from reserves to get back into this. Next year, it would probably be a line item if we continue, and it would be funded out of non-reserves. So that's, I think the question is, do we want to be at the table? And mind you, Senator Wyden is working with this association on his legislation around the BLM lands and their ultimate harvest and a trust plan that he's developing. So they're at the table with Senator Wyden right now drafting legislation. Do we want to have Commissioner Berney in those meetings talking about that legislation? Because if we're not paying dues, Commissioner Berney's not in those meetings. That's the decision we're making. And then do we want to have a voice there to try and push for the funding we need? We're starving that organization of funds by not participating, so they're becoming less effective in Washington, D.C. So if you want to walk away from millions of dollars in fungible discretionary general fund revenue and you don't want to have a seat at the table while Senator Whiting's drafting legislation, then I guess we should vote no on this. But I'm going to move the motion to get us back into the Association of O&C Counties.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Farr. So we have some additional discussion here. Mr. Hazen, you've had your hand up there for a while.
Yeah. So as a citizen member of the committee, the opportunity to influence the flow of replacement payments does have a certain appeal. I think it's probably evident to everybody in this discussion that the fear of the community over support that we heard in the public testimony is related to backing into a revival of the timber industry in Lane County. So I know that you may have a different view on that, but I mean, I guess as a member of the committee, I feel like that's what I heard the public express, is that fear, that concern. And to the points being made by Commissioner Sorensen, that seems like that is the transparency opportunity, if you like, or the disclosure opportunity for AOC if they'd like to get Lane County on board. Let me be clear, Commissioner Bozovich and Commissioner Farr, I do see a role for sustainable forestry as part of the mix of economic activities in Oregon. I don't see a return to the good old days of the 70s and the 60s and the 50s, the latter part of which I was growing up in Oregon, and we all saw what happened to the timber industry then. I think, we have to move on. There's a role for sustainable forestry in Oregon's economy, but this is not the way to get there. If what you're saying, Commissioner Bozovich, is accurate, that this is really about getting the replacement payments that somehow are getting missed, and I'm feeling like we're getting conflicting information about that from Commissioner Sorensen, then this is interesting. But it's not clear that there's a way to demonstrate that in this meeting today.
Mr. Stoneberg.
I'm just going to say I may or may not personally agree with this, but I think I'm voting in what I think is best for the county. And obviously with our funding sources, what they are right now, we need this. So that's where I'm going to be at.
Okay. Commissioner Burney.
Before I go, Jay, you had your hand up. Did you want to speak to what Chris said before I talk?
Yeah, just two things. One, we got multiple emails since that original public comment where we got, some prearranged, the first public hearing where we got 3 folks in there. That multiple emails have all been in support of us getting back into the Association of Oregon Counties. So they're claiming that public comment was all negative about it. No, we've gotten a lot of email public comment. And as far as evidence of the federal payments, the graph is the evidence. They have done a taper down of the Secure Rural Schools Act to where it is a skeleton of what it was. So, we are basically at $3 million of what used to be $20 million a year in replacement payments. Back when it was harvest money, we were getting $40 million. So that's just in response to what you had to say there. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you. Let me state for the record that if we had time limits, I would never yield the floor to Commissioner Bozovich. I'm just kidding. This, in a sense, is sort of a sad moment. I realized that I did not know that this was sort of this annual policy polarization exercise. I'm starting to think it is. For me, it's not. I actually agree with what Mr. Hazen said. There is, and whether we think or like it or don't like it, there is and will always be a significant part of our economy that's devoted to sustainable forest yields and forestry. I've learned a lot since last year. This is my disappointment. my disappointment is, this is just my vote, my feeling on it, is that after, learning a lot, and really liking every professional I met in every timber and forest company I had the opportunity to tour, and I was educated. After the vote I made, I experienced, and forgive me, this is more emotional, but I experienced being the victim of a harsh lobbying campaign that told me, go back to California. Interestingly, I'm native Oregonian, but that was one of the messages. 2, I don't give a damn about rural jobs. And, I want to point out that in the mid-90s, I was the head of the Lane Regional Workforce Quality Committee and secured $4 million to train displaced mill workers. And I don't remember what the other stuff was, but to be victimized like that, and then to identify a path where I want to say yes, and I appreciate what Commissioner Bozievich said, because it implies that he would support me being the liaison, because he has been. This organization has given me no reason to, and it's been a bummer because I want to, but no one has called me from the AOCC. No one has talked to me about how, in fact, they will. And I don't know if it's a smokescreen or not, but from what I can see, this is a group that's 100% taxpayer funded and therefore ought to abide by Oregon public meeting law. In my experience, when meetings are public, it does allow for changing directions of an organization, and when they're not, it does not. And so I'm very disappointed because I have no data to change my mind on this one. That's why I established a path forward. For me, at least, I'm one of 5. And that's the reason, sadly, I'm not going to support this motion. And Mr. Stoneberg, before you said things were contentious, this is the issue that is sadly contentious. And this is the issue that if we can determine coming together around, much as the timber industry and environmentalists did with the Timber Pact, that at this point in flow is not moving forward because the legislature left and they couldn't move it forward. That's sort of where I stand on this. So I'm not real happy, but at this point in time, I do not support this.
Okay, a comment from me real quick. I see a very much a disconnect here, and I think this, Commissioner Berner, I don't think this is going to go away until something kind of evolves out of this. Lane County is stuck with a high amount of this land that in no other way to say it, the county is responsible for dealing with. We have to take care of law enforcement for it. We have to put roads through it because we have communities on the other side of it. It's not generating tax revenue. It's not doing those components. And so I'm frustrated with the fact that Lane County doesn't have a way to basically work in Washington at this point in time effectively
not true.
To make sure, well,
I thought I was on mute.
Maybe
I
I'm wrong.
apologize, Mr. Chair.
I just look at the fact that we have a lot of land, and there doesn't seem to be our county revenue is broke from several different factors, which started off with the way our tax structure was built, including timber money. And now we're locked in with having to support timberlands, or the fact that the lands are inside the county, with a revenue stream that doesn't seem to be there. And Commissioner Berner, you can disagree with me, but I don't know. Commissioner Berner, go ahead.
Thank you. I really apologize. I thought I was muted. I did not mean any disrespect. I don't think that's actually fundamentally the issue, and I may be wrong. But from my research, there's not one job that's been lost by not joining this association. Lane County still gets all revenues due. There's not one harvest that was on the books that's changed. BLM is under orders to increase harvests. I myself live very close to the proposed pedal power cut, and I'm actually working with BLM and Seneca and facilitating the community understanding what's actually happening in a positive way, not an against way. No one's against that. But so there's really not a direct relationship. And while the last thing I ever want to do is argue with Commissioner Bozovich, I don't think whether we join this association or not, it's going to increase the timber yields, and we're now going to magically get 17 or 25 or $50 million of money by joining this association. I really want to clarify the difference between supporting the economy and joining the association. And I want to join the association as soon as the criteria I established were met, and I'm one of 5 votes.
Other discussion? Commissioner Bozovich.
Heather had her hand up before me. I'll go after her.
Commissioner Bucks.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. Last year, I had very serious concerns about transparency as well. I continue to do so. The website still doesn't show when the meetings are. I can't find the minutes or anything that Commissioner Bozovich mentioned. When the public can't come to a meeting that's taxpayer funded, I feel like we have a serious problem with transparency and how our money is used. I'm not saying one thing, one way or the other about what they are or are not advocating for, but I do have a clear line in the sand regarding funding. And if we're funding it, abiding by public meeting law. The only other subject I want to add is that I had the very same experience Commissioner Burney had regarding pretty serious backlash regarding votes. And I also have not heard from anybody from the association in any way, shape, or form other than that, including member advocates stating that that kind of voting is the reason why women shouldn't be in office. I have some serious problems with that. But my main issue is specifically regarding transparency of taxpayer money and open public meeting laws.
Jay, and then Pat after that.
So I'll try and be brief. Both of you should read my emails sometimes. I get the same nasty emails from the environmental side about how I'm going to kill everybody and all that, and I'm going to be the death of the planet. And I'm beholden to the timber industry, and I'm in their pocket. You name it, I hear it all, and I don't credit that to a particular advocacy group. It's usually individuals that are sending me that, not members of a particular group necessarily, or they're representing that group. Two quick things. Pete mentioned federal law. There is a federal law around these lands, the 1937 ONC Act. And what this association is trying to do is to get the federal government to maintain their obligations under that federal law. They either have to do it through harvest and the payments, the receipts from that harvest, or replacement payments. One or the other. Second, we should unjoin a whole bunch of other agencies. The Association of Oregon Counties is entirely taxpayer funded, yet they do not follow Oregon public meetings laws. In fact, there's a specific exemption around organizations like that. I could name about 100 others that we're members of. In fact, I had a list drawn up a couple budget cycles ago. I remember everybody had it, of all the different places we pay dues and the amounts. And a lot of those associations do not follow public meeting laws because they're exempt from them. So if we're going to take ourselves out of the Association of ONC Counties, we should take ourselves out of the Association of Oregon Counties. We should take ourselves out of the State Sheriff's Association. We should take ourselves out of the DA's Association and about 100 others. that don't, have their meetings on their websites. They don't allow the public to attend all their meetings. There's a reason why associations have an exemption, so they can function. So if that's the only reason you're voting against this, then we got to pull out of a lot of other associations.
Commissioner Farr.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll speak to Commissioner Burney. You actually made a bit of an argument in favor of going back into AOCC, because you said that we're not going to magically harvest X number of acres to get us $80 million annually. That's not going to happen. And if that was the sole purpose of AOCC, then it'd be fruitless completely, because that is simply not going to happen. We're not going to go to some kind of imbalanced harvest based on AOCC's presence in Washington, D.C. But the other part of it is that they are an advocate for replacement funding for the forests that we're not going to be logging. And you stated it, Joe Burney. We are not going to be harvesting. We're not going to be, no matter what AOCC says and does, we're not going to magically go back to those old levels. It's not going to happen, period. Once again, AOCC is there to get replacement funds for the money that was lost through lost harvest that will never come back.
Other discussion? Commissioner Burney.
I heard the way you said that, Chair, and therefore, all I'm going to say is, how come everyone picks on me? We could go on and on. I don't want to counter and not counter, because honestly, I'm going to do some more research, but this is being brought to us now. I've shared the experience I've had, which has been terrible. I want to personally apologize, even though I had nothing to do with it, for every environmentalist saying that you're the death of the world, Commissioner. I know you honestly, and I'll say publicly as a personal friend, but on this particular issue, just as with the climate change issue, and I think the two are somewhat related. That's all. That's all. I don't want to take everyone's time.
Commissioner Farr.
Last response. I wasn't picking on you, Joe. I was agreeing with you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on this. This is the item number 10. We're going to move forward with a vote. We'll do it the same way we've done it. Dale, are you a yes or a no?
I'm a yes.
Okay. All those other yeses, please raise your hand. Okay, I count myself, Commissioner Bozievich, Commissioner Farr, and Mr. Abel. That's 5. Did I get that right? All those opposed, same. Raise your hand, please. I have Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, Ms. Leslie, Mr. Hazen, and Commissioner Burney. So 5 votes, motion fails.
You should have moved to stay out, Joe. I mean, Jay.
I should take your advice more often.
Okay. We have number 11, Commissioner Bozievich, an overview, please.
So we are planning to spend just shy of $280,000 on a climate action plan phase 2 next year. We just got a report from staff that says that Lane County's operations generate 0.016 metric tons of CO2 per capita of our population. And when you look at the other counties, Washington County is 0.018, Multnomah is 0.027, Clackamas is 0.046, and King County, that's up there in Seattle in the Enlighten area, is 0.089. So we are actually awesome when it comes to our carbon footprint per capita in our county operations. In addition, Oregonians are great. We are at an average of 9.3 metric tons per capita in this state because we're blessed with an electric portfolio that is very low carbon. versus the United States at 16.1 metric tons. But that 16.1 is 20% lower than where we were in 1980, when we were over 20 metric tons per capita here in the US. So we're looking at developing, spending $280,000 to develop, this action plan when we're actually doing pretty damn well here as a county. Operationally, and our citizenry are doing really well in our carbon footprint, and it's been going down. Our per capita electric consumption in this state has dropped down below 1960 levels. It peaked about 1980 and has been going down ever since. So we're doing some really great work without a plan and have been doing really well, but we're really suffering in the sheriff's office patrol division. And another place we're suffering is in our code enforcement and our ability to deal with nuisance properties. One only has to drive to Florence to see what's called Swamp Creek Farm at Poodle Creek Road and Highway 126. It's a property that is covered with junk cars, various tents and shacks where they've got multiple people living on the property and illegal structures that we have not been able to deal with and has been under violation since 1994. Code enforcement violations. But they're so weak that we really can't do anything. But it's well known to the people living around that property is a center for criminal activity. Just as the Kahn property is out next to Veneta and several others in my district and several others in Heather Buck's district, probably in all of our districts have this problem. A lot of those properties, the folks are dumping sewage from RVs on the ground or using the ground in general for bathrooms. There's multiple environmental hazards going on. This would take this money from a plan that really is not going to make a big improvement because we're already doing so well with our carbon footprint, and put it in the sheriff's office to hire a couple investigators, specifically go after those properties, assist the code enforcement people who quite often can't go on these properties because it's too dangerous and they have to go in with sheriff's assistance, and also do the criminal investigations of the property crimes and drug crimes that are consistent with these same nuisance properties. Because probably the only way we're going to deal with them is to arrest the people that are actually on the properties and remove them. Because we've actually had this one property on Territorial Highway here next to Veneta, the Kahn property, has actually gone through bank foreclosure and they no longer own it. And they're still living there with no electricity in sheds because the house burnt down a couple years ago. And I don't know, his wife has been seen openly squatting in the yard by the neighbors, and stolen property has been recovered from that property time and time again. But the cons keep getting released because we don't have the investigative resources to eventually press charges. So this would be taking something from one project, moving it to where it will actually have some environmental good, because cleaning up these nuisance properties will immediately impact the environment in those areas. We're doing really well as a county on our carbon footprint. Let's put this in a priority. Everybody's talked about how much we need to help patrol. 2 FTE dedicated to investigating these situations, and then ultimately they may be available to do other things, maybe even keep some crime statistics on the side. So that's my proposal.
Oops. Commissioner Sorensen, please.
Thanks very much. Again, this proposal is contrary to the recommended budget by the administration. They recommended the funds be spent on the climate change work because of the important policy work that the Board of Commissioners has done with Public Works primarily, but other departments as well. And this would defund that effort, and I oppose the measure and urge the committee members to vote no on this motion. Thank you.
Other discussion? Commissioner Buck.
I don't necessarily disagree that we have issues in our rural areas because, you know, Commissioner Bozovich and I have talked about this. It happens everywhere. And part of it is crime, part of it is a social service issue. My concern with this is the source of money that it's coming from. I sincerely believe that our climate action plan that we've started this year is extremely important. And it's also from Public Works. My concern is that we're starting to move money from we're talking about moving money from Public Works. And what I don't want is to have this rift between funds for roads or other Public Works items and a rift with the sheriff's office without thoroughly talking through the ramifications of that. I would be open to this particular item if the funding came from a different source other than the climate action plan.
Commissioner Bernie?
Process check, Mr. Chair. We're just looking for four raised hands right now, aren't we?
Pat, oh no, I'm sorry. Did you call on me, Chair?
Yeah. Commissioner Bernie?
Yeah. Okay. You know, it's Commissioner Buck, I'm getting tired of agreeing with you, but I do on this too. I do not disagree with any of the analysis that Commissioner Bozovich made in discussing the problem of nuisance properties and environmental complaints and patrol services, et cetera. I mean, to me, these are different issues. I was encouraged when I heard Mr. Mokrahysky say that he and the sheriff have already talked, and they're committed to developing a long-term structural solution to our lack of patrols, which to me, this is subsumed under. Let me just share, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but in the report the board was given that Jay referenced, when it talked about the emissions, and he's right, by the way, the numbers for other counties are larger, but when the report discussed emissions per resident served and our numbers, it also said this is excluding the landfill. And we've been told the landfill is the largest emitter of any other activity in Lane County, if I'm not correct, by Mr. Hurley. Also, I think that this is just, you know, here are some of the agencies that take this seriously enough to be doing the same thing Lane County is late to the game in. The American Fisheries, excuse me, this is not that list. The Department of Agriculture, our Forest Service, Department of Commerce, Department of Defense heavily, Department of Homeland Security. I could go on, but the point being that science is telling us that we need to adapt, adjust, get in front of it. And the county's climate plan for the budget committee members, let's be clear, I believe, I may be corrected, that the Board of Commissioners voted 4-1 to move forward with this. I believe that the first phase relates to the government, our county government's carbon emissions, but we're also now entering the second phase, which is looking at the entire county. A part of this even relates to looking at how we can create more renewable energy and recycle more industrially and create jobs at Short Mountain. So for these and other reasons, I feel this is really important, and that is not in any way suggesting I don't agree with the commissioner on the importance of these other areas. And I'm delighted that Mr. Mokrahysky and the sheriff are going to work on those long term. Thank you.
Ms. Leslie?
Did you get me, Herb?
Oh.
I think Commissioner Farr was ahead of me, actually.
Sorry, Pat, go ahead.
So we're spending a lot of time debating something that we've not decided that we're going to debate. So maybe if we ask for a show of hands, if we have 4 people who wish to debate this, then we should have a debate. If we don't have 4 people wishing to debate it, debate is over.
We did that already, Pat.
Oh, I don't see it in the I don't see it in the box.
It got more than 4 or more, because that's why it's still on the list.
Staff has already
Okay.
come through and cleared that stuff out.
Okay, all right. Keep debating. I'm here until tomorrow. Used to be that way with the Eugene City Council too.
Ms. Leslie.
Just wanted to state that I also agree with the need for additional public safety resources. I just think this is the wrong pot of money, the wrong source of money to look for. It's an ethical leadership issue. We set a moral standard by deciding to pay attention to climate change and show some leadership around climate change issues, or not. And the board has wisely decided to invest and plan ahead for climate change, and that is what the county should be doing. As far as rural patrols and nuisance properties and all of these important public safety issues, there is a very poorly described $2.5 million of overtime in the sheriff's budget. There's a very poorly described and let's just say investigated $6.4 million in professional and consulting services in the sheriff's budget. I mean, there's the opportunity, as people have said for many years, for some kind of public safety district. There are other ways to go, other places to look for, in specifically public safety dollars, rather than raiding other areas of county operations. It's important to focus on public safety. I support the idea. This is just the wrong place to go for the money.
Mr. Hazen.
So only slightly tongue-in-cheek, Commissioner Bozovich, if you had supported my motion to get better metrics for the Sheriff's Department, I might be more inclined to support this motion. More seriously, I'm generally going to agree with Commissioner Burney. I have spent my entire life as an environmental services professional, and I think, as you have pointed out, Commissioner Bozovich, we're doing really good on climate change here, and I think there are urgent needs in our county that need to be addressed. But I'm not comfortable, as with one of the previous issues, I'm not particularly comfortable defending to my community members a change in the climate policy of the county. And with that, I want to just close my comment with a request for clarification from Commissioner Sorensen, who mentioned that this proposal would defund the climate policy of the county, and I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on that, because clearly that doesn't feel right, if that's the decision that's already been made.
Well, the proposal is to take money from the climate change work that we're doing. So we wouldn't be able to do it if we take that money away.
Sorry, we wouldn't be able to do it like it's all or nothing, or is it taking?
I believe the motion takes $279,649 from our climate action plan funding. I don't know if that's the whole thing, but it's a big chunk.
Does anybody have an ability to clarify on that further?
Yeah, it's the whole amount that's budgeted for next year.
I see.
It includes the FTE that we hired into that program, and it includes the proposed consultant fees. So
other discussion? Go ahead.
So I'm going to be quick and just say a couple things. One is the source of funds for this is the Waste Management Fund, which is tenuously tied to climate change. And I am tying it to something that is specifically about environmental. I can't tell you how many trashed RVs end up in our landfill from nuisance properties that we end up in ownership of. But still, with knowing that and that's the source of funds, and the fact that it's the only fund that's doing well right now during COVID, because we've actually had an increase in tipping at the landfill and our sites because of the commercial. And everything we're talking about, you're right, Joe, the biggest carbon footprint we have is the landfill. But the only reason it wasn't included in those numbers was the counties we were comparing with don't have landfills. They haul their stuff out of the county. So their footprint around the landfill isn't in their county. So it was just to make it fair. So, I'm sure there's a certain amount of footprint, and they also took out phase 3 because not all the counties had phase 3 in their carbon plans. So this is really about just use of that fund, and whether it's priorities wise. We know we're going to start working on things like food waste diversion out of Short Mountain. We already have the highest diversion rate in the state out of our landfill. So, once again, we're doing better than anybody else. So what's our priority? To keep on going down this road of the climate action plan, or to add a couple sheriff's deputies and deal with ongoing environmental issues out in our rural areas? But I can see just from the discussion that I do not have enough votes, so I'm not even going to move the motion. Let's get on to the next thing.
Okay, so Jay's withdrawing this item. We're going to move forward to number 12. Mr. Hazen.
So, question.
Chair, we didn't have a hand raise on this one, did we?
Did.
Yes, we did.
I think you just showed your cards there, Commissioner Farr. Question for staff. Is there a way to share the slides that I propose to use in this presentation? Either I can share from my screen, or if you have.
We're bringing them up, yes.
Oh, correct.
Just a second here.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Chairman. Although I've already seen tonight that rhetoric doesn't always win the day, I appreciate the opportunity to present this case for establishing performance metrics for Lane County government. The only direct comments I've received so far in this proposal have been positive, so I look forward to the discussion to follow. I also look forward to feedback from staff or other committee members on the other motions that didn't advance, so I can play a more constructive role in this committee in the future. I'd first like to thank the commissioners for the opportunity to serve on the budget committee. I do really feel honored to be here and learn more about how our county government meets the needs of its citizens. I feel strongly that local government has perhaps never been more important than it is today. And I'm certainly no expert in public administration, but it's pretty easy for me to recognize that Lane County is a well-managed county. We have among the lowest tax rates in the state. We show a lot of indications of being extremely efficient and diligent in using public funds, and have been recognized for that. And I've been deeply impressed by the quality and comprehensiveness of the budget presentations and the deliberation process these last few weeks. Mr. Mokrahysky has summarized the extensive outreach efforts being made to communicate about the county's budget, including the strategic plan, and all that is well and good. However, as I think we all recognize, few of the details which we're now all at least somewhat familiar with will be viewed by the citizens of our county. Between 2009 and 2013, a public opinion survey was undertaken by the National Citizen Survey. Between 25 and 35% of those surveyed in our county at that time considered the county to be delivering good or better value for the taxes being paid. So that means 65 to 75% felt we were adequate or less delivering value. In 2014 and 2018, the county adopted strategic plans. I don't know about previous years. There may have been, but I know 2014 and 2018. It's a big step forward. And in 2018, another survey was conducted and reported as part of the update of our strategic plan. And I asked Mr. Mokrahysky if there had been a more recent survey of public opinion, and it sounds like that was the most recent survey. At that time, 24% of those surveyed rated county performance meeting citizen needs as good or better. So that's, yeah, thank you for, that's the slide. And if you, the slides, if you click on those highlighted blue links, that'll take you right to the details of the survey if you're interested. As they pointed out, we're well recognized. We have low tax rates. We have a strategic plan. We're doing a lot of things right. We have a performance auditor that conducts and publishes reports on various aspects of the county government. We have implemented Tableau to provide different views of our budget, and many of our departments already track their performance in many ways. I've learned all of this in the last few weeks. It's been quite impressive. But we're moving into a data-driven world. And what we don't have yet in Lane County is a simple, easy to understand, and data-driven approach to the public about how the county is doing against our strategic plan over time. Now, I appreciate the impacts of COVID-19 pose risks and uncertainty, which may dissuade some of you from supporting action on metrics. And this could be left to staff to address. But I propose this committee, with its function in improving community engagement with the budget process, has an obligation to weigh in on the importance of prioritizing further near-term action in this area. This is exactly the time to adopt performance metrics as part of the innovation that our county administrator has mentioned. This is a best practice according to the National Association of Counties, of which Lane County is a member, and our budget process is weaker without this information. In addition, innovative cities and across the US have adopted performance metrics based on their strategic plans. Places like, next slide please, places like Boston, Denver, Louisville, Spokane, and I like this one, our neighbor to the north, Albany, and many more. To make matters slightly more complicated, much of our county government activities and funds are tied to state and federal mandates. That's why my proposal addresses this. We have local discretion, where we do have local discretion, it's clearly where it's most productive for us to focus policy and budget making discussions. And with all respect to the transparent and systematic nature of the current budget process, simpler and more effective communication about these topics may be necessary to increase confidence in government and public engagement in the budget process. My proposal is intended to address the issues I've raised above, and I'd welcome any suggested refinements to the proposal, failing which I would ask for the support of all committee and board members. Thank you for the time. That was all for
Other discussion.
That was all for members.
Yeah, excellent. Commissioner Sorensen.
Thanks very much. I'm wondering if Mr. Mokowski, you could answer a few questions about this. Well, first of all, I just want to thank Chris for this excellent presentation. I'm glad the committee, even at this late hour, what is it, almost 10 o'clock, is able to hear about it. I am interested in asking Mr. Mokowski how he thinks we could incorporate this into our budget. What would be appropriate from the standpoint of county administration and helpful to them that's in this proposal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Sorensen. You know, I'm trying to find the best way to provide a brief response to you at this hour. You know, we are definitely active and motivated to enhance our use of data organization-wide to drive not only good decision-making and improve performance, but really what we're using data for, and we probably, there would be another time that would be better for us to dive more into this issue. You heard a little bit of this in Health and Human Services. You saw some of it through the Tableau reports, but is using real-time data to inform subject matter experts at the front lines of our services to create solutions to problems such as a over 50% reduction in opioid use in our health clinics. That was created, that solution, that outcome was created, that result was created because we had the ability to have access to real-time data to inform teams of healthcare providers to identify solutions that actually address that issue. So I just want to paint that really broad, very brief picture that we are embarking on an organization-wide effort to not only embrace but utilize data to improve outcomes in various service areas. To me, that's where the greatest impact in performance measurement happens. I've seen over the course of the past 20 years in local governments in many different places around the country with varying degrees of success in utilization of performance measures. It can be done, but I think there has to be a really clear purpose in pursuing that. I, for one, have not necessarily seen, and I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but I have not necessarily seen performance measurements used primarily as a tool to inform the public. And I'm not saying that's not a reason to do it, but the reality is when you invest in something like performance measurements, it's really a systemic organization-wide commitment you're embarking on that requires a significant amount of staff time. And that's not to say it's not something that shouldn't be done. I just want us to understand that. So, it's a kind of a roundabout way, Commissioner, to answer your question, to say all for use of data to drive decisions and particularly to assist. I actually think the best use of data is not necessarily for decision makers like all of us. It's actually arming frontline folks who are delivering services and how to better solve community challenges that they're seeing. So I'd like us to think a little bit differently about the utilization of data. The very brief answer to your question, I suppose, would be to say my preference would be to allow us at the staff level to engage in various conversations about how we could enhance our use of metrics to track performance and report on that and drive improvements, and then to come back to the budget committee next year with ideas. I really appreciate Mr. Hazen's ideas and the presentation that he laid out and the pursuit of use of data. I think this is a great discussion to have. I think it'd be great if we had more time to dive into it and our staff was allowed the opportunity to sort of weigh in and work on this as a more robust proposal.
And my follow-up question really is, do you think this really belongs at the budget committee level as a way to expend or receive public money as opposed to a policy decision that would either be implemented by the board or by county administration? How is this related to a budget decision?
Well, I think it can be. I mean, I think data being utilized to drive decisions as one effective use of data, using it to drive decisions for decision makers like all of you, is certainly a legitimate thing to pursue. I think it informs good decisions when decision makers are able to review and analyze data. So I don't think that's a bad thing. I think one of the things I heard Mr. Hazen say is, and I thought in one of the slides there was a discussion about, or there were some bar charts that talked about budget. I can't remember what it said, if it said budgeting purpose or, connection between your priorities and purpose and where you invest your resources. I think that we need to start the conversation around use of metrics with what is our purpose? What are we trying to accomplish? Are we trying to accomplish better engagement and communication with the public? Are we trying to drive improvements in performance? Are we trying to arm frontline employees with information to solve problems? There's a lot of different things we can use data for, and it's not, I don't think we have clarity on what the greatest purpose for the use of data would be. So I don't know if I answered your question, Commissioner, but that's my answer.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Hazen.
Yeah, I would like to just clarify. Well, first of all, I'd say, Steve, thank you very much for those thoughtful remarks at this late hour. But I would like to clarify that the use of data by the county clearly is a very comprehensive and long-term process. What my proposal is designed to do is to connect that to the will of the public as expressed by the commissioners on this board, and ensure that the public feels that the government is accountable to its will as well. And I believe I would propose to the commissioners that that is in their interests as elected public representatives to have these mechanisms in place. I recognize fully that getting to consensus about what the right metrics are, because it's not going to be 30 or 40, it's going to be a very small number, is going to be a challenge. And that we embark on this process, it may not be a 1-year process. It may be a 2-year process before we can figure out what those metrics are. It may be part of the next strategic plan. The proposal is that next year that there is that they are included, that they are part of the budget proposals, that there are quantified performance metrics. That's as far as it goes.
Ms. Leslie, please.
Yeah, I agree. As a new citizen member to the committee, I have been rather challenged by this process, partly because of lack of metrics, the inability for me to really assess what I'm looking at when I cannot measure whether this is the right amount of FTE, what the FTE in a given department is accomplishing. How do we know if they're successful? You know, in order for citizen members to be able to participate in a meaningful way, there should be a process between July and December. To just plop us in with a nearly final budget and have us vote on things that have no that I can't calibrate. I can't calibrate it to either performance or wise use of the resources. Not that I have any reason to think it's not, but nor do I have any reason to think that it is. And I also don't have if it's not indexed to some kind of measurement, I don't know how staff knows if they're doing better. I mean, an obvious thing for things like jail, right, is they say they can measure recidivism rate and they can say we're doing a better job over time. But there are dozens and dozens of things you could be measuring. I take your point. We don't want to necessarily, there's some sweet spot, but I can just tell you as a citizen member coming into this process, if you want us to really help you to bring the voice of the citizens in, I would encourage the county to think of a better or a more ample process. You know, Mr. Mokohysky mentioned a minute ago something like, well, I wish we had more time to talk about this. Yes, exactly. There has been no time to talk about much of anything. We just go from presentation to presentation and then submit our questions and do our best with the answers. So I would just like, and this isn't really speaking to this particular item as whether it should be in the budget or not. I'm not sure it really fits here, but I would like to hear the county consider more of a process between July and December. We can help you develop. We can help weigh in on what some metrics might be. Use us more than just for 6 meetings in May. We're here because we want to serve. And so I would just encourage the county to think about helping us help you is more available if there's more of a process where we can really assess things better.
Mr. Stoneberg, I apologize for ignoring your chat earlier. Go ahead, please.
Oh, it's no longer.
Okay. Any other discussion? Mr. Bozovich, please.
Thank you. The citizen members may not be aware that the county commissioners get quarterly updates on our strategic plan. That includes a status report of each bullet item in our strategic plan with like a stoplight, red, yellow, green status item on it with comments as to why they're in a particular position in that status. It would probably be really great if you guys could be provided our most recent report so you can kind of see that, because that's, you know, it's really the board's strategic plan, and we should be getting those quarterly reports and holding we hold our county administrator responsible for that strategic plan, and it's reflected in his annual review, usually is how he's doing against the strategic plan. In fact, it's something that he self-reports on. So maybe that's some of the disconnect, is that maybe when we start this process, you guys should get the most up-to-date strategic plan status report.
Mr. Hazen?
Yeah, thank you for that comment, Commissioner Bozovich. I agree that there is some useful information in those quarterly updates. They are public. I did look at them. It's a good start, and I think we can do better. I think we can boil it down to simple performance measurements that matter to the public, and we can track progress over years and track it to budgets. I think I'm not making this proposal in disregard of what the work is already being done. Quite the contrary. It's because of the good work already being done that I'm proposing we can do better in engaging our citizens and being accountable to them for the performance of the county.
Commissioner Burney?
I want you to know I blame Commissioner Bozovich and Mr. Hazen for us being up this late. All of these things. I appreciate, I've heard a couple of people who I think are both environmental engineers. Well, I think Don is. I think Chris is a consultant to environmental engineers, talking about data. My background is in academic, not experiential. Background is in economics. And in economics, there's this thing called the opportunity cost of doing something, which means when you decide to spend resources in one direction, that excludes all the other things resources could be spent on. And I apologize, but in this COVID-19 environment, where not only are we dealing with trying to maintain operations under scarcity, which very few people are trained in, and now reinventing how we deliver services. I'm not saying that this is not an imperative exercise, but I'm almost agreeing, Don, with you in terms of use you over the next 9 months or something, so there's a context that might include this at the beginning of this process, not at the end of it. So as we're all talking data, which to me, and forgive me, is very cerebral, but Chris, you know I respect it. Let me tell you what's real to me. What's real to me is 22 years ago on this day, there was a Thurston High School shooting. And 22 years ago on this day, I was friends with Jamin Kent and running programs with him. And my wife now, who was not my wife then, had 2 children that were there in the area where the shooting occurred. And we have in our fireplace mantle a picture of President Clinton with Holly, my wife's daughter, because of that whole thing. Well, I would suggest right now we're dealing with Thurston-like, on the ground situations that we have to deal with. So I'm saying conceptually great, me personally, there's no budget line item. What are we talking about other than to encourage staff as they can to work with you so that we begin these meetings next time with this kind of a context proposed. Thank you, Chair.
Other discussion? Mr. Hazen.
I'm going to, I think in view of the late hour of the evening, and this is the last item on our agenda, we saved the best for last. I'm going to motion a modification of this proposal. And I don't have the exact words here all prepared, but that members of this committee be given the opportunity to work with staff, the county administrator and others over the next, whatever it is, 9 to 10 months at an appropriate point starting, to develop performance metrics aligned in the budget that align with strategic priorities and clarify where there are federal mandates, state mandates that prescribe what we can do locally so that we can participate more in this budget process next year. That's my revised, I'd motion for that. If anybody is for it. And that, I guess, Ms. Leslie, I hope you're in with me on what you said, in spending more time with this during the off season, if you like.
May I respond to that?
You may.
So Chris, I'm with you as far as participating. I would say though, in this meeting and at this juncture, I don't think this is actionable as a motion because I don't think we're in the right venue to do this. I think I'm not seeing it as a committee action. I'm seeing it as an intention to be helpful going forward or participate going forward. But I think we should pull it from this particular voting structure.
So Chris made a motion. Is there a second for it?
No.
Seeing no second, the motion dies.
Fine.
Is there any other discussion or anything else on this item, Chris? I think we've probably gone far enough on it.
I think we've gone far enough on it. Look forward to the response from staff and the Board of Commissioners on how they'd like to move this forward in a way that can address the concerns and the opportunities that I mentioned in my presentation.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Sorensen.
I just wanted to say that I think all the Budget Committee members are invited to give their views and give the board their comments as we update the strategic plan each quarter. And the ideas that Chris has presented tonight in terms of getting 3 to 5 touch points or places to plug in the targets, I think, and whether we're meeting them, I think is a really, really valuable thing. And then finally, I would just mention that it's 10:22 p.m. and we have 4 more hours to break my record on the meeting of the Lane County Budget Committee. So I think we're really doing good, but
no interest on breaking records.
We're going to have to really slow it down if we're going to break that record.
I saw the sun come up twice during a city council meeting.
Okay, at this point in time, if Steve Dingle's on the line, we'd like to get the one clarification on the Robert's Rules question from earlier. Steve, are you on the line?
I am. I have consulted Robert's Rules of Order 9th edition, and it's very straightforward because this is based on the assumption that there are no, and I've been told by Christine, there are no bylaws for the Budget Committee, which I strongly recommend the Budget Committee consider adopting. But the basic rule is that in Robert's Rules of Order is unless there are bylaws to the contrary, a majority means more than half, and the majority is used without qualification. It means more than half of the votes cast by the persons legally entitled to vote, excluding blanks or abstentions at a properly called meeting.
So to clarify, Steve, if we have 4 yeas, 3 nays, and 3 abstentions. What's the answer to the question?
The motion passes.
Okay. So on item 9,
Objection.
the motion passes.
Objection.
Mr. Hayden.
Yeah, I mean, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, row 6 of your spreadsheet says 6 votes to include an approved budget. That's very clear. I mean, I appreciate Attorney Dingell's interpretation of the applicable law, but that should have been brought to the attention of the committee before that sentence was included in the table. It's in black and white and has been for several days. This is a little bit late.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Thank you very much. First of all, I disagree with the basics of the advice. Not the point on Robert's Rules of Order, but that we discussed and debated the rules that we would be using, and that would be that we needed 4 votes for people wanting to discuss something, and then we would vote on it. And we were told repeatedly by Christine that our rule was, and we all agreed to it, as far as I remember, that you need 6 votes to get something in the budget. So my first point is that we certainly have a rule of the case. We have a rule that is being used in our meeting and for all the other purposes, but now it's being applied differently in this case. So I don't think that's fair. Secondly, the Budget Committee, after we finish all these votes where we've agreed to take votes or discuss items where there's 4, we also have the right to make additional motions. And you recall, I did say that I would like to make additional motions when we finish this process. And I think that when you finish this process, then we can have an additional votes. And one of those additional votes would be on the matter that was decided before on this 4-3 vote. It can be revoted and another vote can be taken if another motion is made, which I'd like to make.
Commissioner Buck.
I think we have a serious problem here because if it has been the policy of this board to use 6 votes in the past for I don't know how many years, and we really should have been using Robert Rules of Order, how many other votes would have changed all this time? Now, I don't know if that's a big number or a small number, haven't a clue. But I feel like we have a significant issue here with this.
Commissioner Bozievich.
Thank you. So the 6 votes was predicated on 10 people voting. And what happened for the first time, I've never seen it in a budget committee, people abstained. And, I have been a parliamentarian and I understood that meant the motion actually passed. But what I'm going to do right now to give the folks that abstained an opportunity, I'd move to reconsider that vote.
I'll second that motion.
Moved and seconded to reconsider the vote on, I'm looking at this, this is on the number 9 item. Commissioner Farr.
I call the question. No debate.
No debate. Love
No debate
it.
on the call of the question. Then we can, if it fails, then we have a debate.
Okay. So we're going to vote real quick on the question. So, Chris, how do you vote on the question? Not Chris, pardon me, Dale. I'm getting tired here. Dale, how do you vote on the question?
Which means, do we vote now?
you restate the
without
question,
debate.
Chair?
Is that, Chair, is that
So-
clear to everyone that we're voting to see if we're going to vote?
I will restate
Without
it.
debate, yeah.
This is not a debate. This is me restating that Commissioner Farr has moved the question, and we are going to take a vote on whether, without any additional debate, whether to take a vote. There we go. So
So vote in the affirmative.
yeah, would you? If vote in the affirmative is me, we will immediately take a vote on the topic at hand without any additional debate.
Correct, yes. Affirmative.
And you would vote in favor of that, to clarify? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Dale votes yes. All others in favor of the question, please raise your hand. And hold on here. Dale, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll call them off again. I am getting tired. Myself, or Dale, myself, Commissioner Bozovich, Commissioner Buck, Commissioner Farr, Ms. Leslie. Okay. And all those opposed to the question? I have Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Bernie, and Mr. Hazen. Okay, the question passes. So now we will vote on the motion, which is for the approval of number 9. Without any further debate, Dale, are you in favor of number 9?
Yes.
Okay. Dale's a yes. All others in favor, please raise your hand. So there's myself, Commissioner Bozovich, Commissioner Farr, and that's 4. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Commissioner Sorensen, Commissioner Buck, Ms. Leslie, Mr. Abel, Mr. Hayden, Commissioner Bernie. 6 again. Motion failed.
Well done, Jay. Thank you.
Well, Chair,
Commissioner Bernie.
I actually want to echo what Commissioner Farr said, that what Commissioner Bozovich just did was allow people that abstained to vote, and given all of this new information. I just want to suggest that the board have that work session quickly, if we can build it into the agenda, so that we as commissioners are more informed and may very well vote for this. We just, again, needed the information. Thank you.
Ms. Leslie.
I'm just noticing staff recorded the votes backwards on the form in front of us. Oh, they just fixed it.
Ah. Thank you for that note. I believe that there was somebody else who wanted to make another motion. Commissioner Sorensen.
I just wanted to make sure that someone was going to make a motion about putting money into the Human Service Commission, and who was, can somebody identify themselves who wanted to do that? Commissioner Bozovich? I'll yield my
I'd like
time.
to move $90,000 into the Human Services Commission budget, seeing we already allocated $10,000 directly to another agency.
Second.
And moved and seconded.
And it,
For
sorry,
a
I
new
want to clarify, it's coming out of general fund reserve.
Thank you, Jay. It's been moved and seconded for $90,000 out of general fund reserves to the Human Services Commission. Any additional discussion? Commissioner Bernie.
I have to do this quick. My 8 cups of coffee are wearing off. Is there some way to caveat that, Jay, so that some bit of weight in their looking at programs is given to some of these proposals that we've received, or is there really no way to do that?
I think that would greatly complicate the human services budget process. I think they do a good job of vetting and prioritizing. And I think we just need to have some trust in that commission, which I think our two representatives for the county have got lots of experience in human services. And also you have City of Springfield folks there and Eugene folks there making that decision as a group. So I don't think it's possible to caveat some kind of weighting towards people that put in a proposal for community funding in our budget. That would be, I think legal counsel would string me up if we put that in there.
Commissioner Farr.
And I'll just say, Commissioner Burney, that we do have two representatives to the Human Services Commission who are taking this vote tonight. So maybe those two representatives can carry it forward.
Other discussion? Okay, we'll move forward with the vote. Dale, how do you vote on this?
Yes.
Okay. Dale's a yes. All other yeses, please raise your hand.
A 10-0 vote.
Wow. Okay, I'll call that unanimous. Motion passes.
I love that way
Are
to
there
end the evening.
Any other? Yeah, we're not done yet. Any other items in this area, in this proposal area? Okay, not seeing any. Let's see here. I'll open it up for. Actually, let me ask real quick. Ms. Moody, is there anything else that we should be taking care of before we start discussing the entire budget as a whole?
There is not.
Thank you. So moving forward, anybody who would like to make a general discussion comment about the budget as a whole? Commissioner Sorensen.
Are you ready to take motion 1, motion 2, motion 3, or what are you asking for?
I'm asking if anybody would like to make a general discussion about the whole budget as a whole, which includes what we started with, plus all the amendments we made. Just kind of one round, if you'd like any discussion or make any comments about the budget as a whole.
Yes, I would. Well, first of all, it's a very hard job that we have to put the budget together and have all these discussions and votes. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the budget staff, the people that do a lot of the heavy lifting to put this budget together. Next, I'd like to thank the public members of the Budget Committee, especially you, Mr. Vlodman. You've been a really great chair, really done a great job, and you've always been fair to all parties on the Budget Committee and the public too. So I just want to thank you. And I also want to thank the commissioners. We typically have been briefed on a lot of these issues, and so it's good that public members have had an opportunity to kind of hear our perspectives, because we do tend to talk at the budget meetings. I think the public did participate somewhat in this budget, not as much as I'd like, but I think that's a testament to the overall leadership of Mr. Mokrzycki, and I'd like to specifically thank him. I mentioned before that this is my final vote on the Budget Committee, and after 24 budgets, I just want to say that we're really lucky in Lane County to have Steve Mokrzycki as our county administrator. And when I'm retired and not involved with county government like I have been, I certainly hope that he has a long and happy career here at Lane County. And last but not least, I'd like to thank my extended family for allowing me to be on this budget committee and letting me spend the time away from them. So thank you, and I urge passage of all 4 motions.
Other comments? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Bozovic.
I'll try to be brief. I'll just say, this is a tough budget. We just made reductions in the range of about $7 million based on reductions in revenues due to the COVID-19 crisis. It's great that we're balancing this budget without layoffs and reductions right now. Most of those reductions have been balanced out of reserves. But I'm a little disappointed that there wasn't an effort to establish our membership back in an organization that fights for revenue from the federal government that could fund patrol services. As I see, there's a moral imperative to reduce our response times to assaults in this county, which is an embarrassing statistic about how long it takes us to reach those crime scenes. And a small little proposal I made to add 2 sheriffs was not even supported enough to go to a vote. So that portion I'm disappointed in, that we didn't do anything to help resolve the issue with rural patrol. But I understand we're probably looking at further budget cuts later this year. So pleased that we've gotten through the process. Pleased that everybody has the staying power to make it to 10:30. And hopefully we'll get faster next year.
Commissioner Burney.
$10:33, but who's counting? Hey, Pete, or excuse me, Commissioner Sorensen, it's an honor to be with you your last year of multiple decades on this Board of Commissioners. I want to echo what I have learned about the drastic shortage of patrol people and patrol response time. The first time I learned that it takes approximately an average of an hour and a half or a little more to respond to a call, which are made in duress. And now that we're in the environment we're in, it is huge. And I just want to say to everyone, especially Commissioner Bozovic and Mr. Mokrahajski, that I look forward on what you said, Steve, in terms of supporting a long-term structural solution as quickly as possible. And I guess the only disagreement I had and why my votes was I didn't want to cherry pick pieces of that from programs I believed in, and I wanted to make this very solid. So this is something that this group will deal with, I think, before we even meet again. Thank you.
Any other comments on the budget? Mr. Hazen.
Yeah, I just have to say, as a first-time member of this budget committee, I grew up in this county. I went to local public schools. I moved away in 1985 for 30 years because when I left in 85, I couldn't see a future for myself or anybody that I would want to have as a family in this county because of the economic conditions of this county. This is a beautiful county. We're very fortunate to live here. It's a fantastic quality of life. I think the fact that we spent the last 3 weeks in budget committee meetings nominally discussing a $700 million budget and ending up with a $100,000 change tonight is good news and bad news. It's good news because it demonstrates, as Mr. Burney and Mr. Sorensen have talked about, we have great administration, we have a great staff in the county, but I do think it really represents how little real discussion there is at the political level, the level that the commissioners here are at, with the public to bring things to the table that warrant discussions about more significant adjustments to the budget. So I may be out of line. I'm not seeing the whole picture, but I am a representative, a relatively well-informed representative of your community. I have a long-standing commitment to this community. My family is here. My parents are here. I think we can do better in engaging with the community and engaging in more substantive discussions about budget policy issues going forward. So I hope to see more of that in the next couple of years.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, we're ready for motions at any point in time here. Commissioner Sorensen.
I move motion number 1, which is to move approval of the 2021 Lane County permanent tax rate of $0.2793 per $1,000 of assessed value.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the first item on the list. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed. Motion passes unanimously. Somebody for motion 2? Mr. Abel.
I move approval of the FY 2021 local option tax for jail and critical use services in the amount of 55 cents per $1,000 assessed value, with 50 cents for jail services and 5 cents for use services.
Second.
Is there a second? Thank you. On our list, there is it's been moved and seconded to approve what is listed as motion number 2 on our screen. All those in favor? Oh, Commissioner Bosevich.
Just a quick question for Christine. That split has changed over the years, where we've been actually going a higher percentage to youth services. Is this still the correct motion with the 50 and 5 cents?
Yes, this is Christine. This is back to how it was originally approved. And so this will set the split at it's about 91%, 9%. So the 50 cents to jail and 5 cents to youth services is correct.
And though that the problem before was a fact that we were overbuilding reserves in the jail fund side, and we were running out on the youth services side. We're not going to recreate that problem?
Not at this point, no.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
So it's been moved and seconded for what is listed as motion number 2 on our screen. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion passes. Anybody for motion number 3?
I move
Haven.
approval. Oh, go ahead.
Please, go ahead.
I move approval of the fiscal year 2021 local option tax to support 4-H and OSU extension programs in Lane County in the amount of $0.015 per $1,000 assessed value.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded for what is listed as motion number. Commissioner Sorensen, do you have a question?
Yes, I just want to mention that the Lane Community College went out for a ballot measure in the May 2020 election that just was concluded on Tuesday. And a lot of people thought that people would be fearful of supporting popular programs like Lane Community College. And the LCC board went ahead with their decision. True, they went ahead with it before the full impact of COVID-19 was known, but they went ahead with it. And I think OSU Extension has a great deal of support in our community, and I hope that they are willing to go out and work for the extension. I hope the extension of their ballot measure is put on the ballot by the Board of Commissioners when the next opportunity arises. It's a very worthwhile program. Thank you.
Commissioner Burney?
Just clarification. Don, I think, would someone tell me, I read this as the amount of 1.5 cents or point, you said $15 or $1.50 per thousand. What exactly is that?
No, I said 0.015. Once I embarked
Okay,
on 0.015, I realized I had to say dollars.
Thank you. I apologize.
But it is 1.5 cents, yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Farr?
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that we had quite a bit of discussion at the board level regarding the extension of the ballot of the levy for the 4-H. And I'd like to point out that Commissioner Burney came up with a wonderful solution. It has nothing to do with the motion that's being passed right now, but for the extension of the OSU Extension Program levy. Good job, Joe, bringing that back to the table and really coming up with a win-win situation for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other comments on this? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded for what we see listed on our screens as motion number 3. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion passes. Moving forward to number 4. Mr. Hazen, would you like to do that?
It would be my honor. Move approval to allow the use of transient room tax dollars for operational purposes consistent with Lane County Code 4.175 parentheses 5 and parentheses 6 and ORS 320.350 as follows. Lane Event Center, $1,005,526. Lane County Parks Division, $671,559. I got the best one.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on motion 4? No comments on that one. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded for what is listed on our screens as motion number 4. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, down to number 5, anybody?
Why don't we let Pete do this one?
Yeah.
I would be happy to do it, but I can't see the bottom of my screen. I know it's the approval of the whole budget, so I guess I'll do it without reading it. I move approval of the entire FY 2020-21 budget with adjustments approved by the Budget Committee.
Second.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to approve the entire fiscal year 2021 budget with all the adjustments approved by the Budget Committee. Is there any comments on this? Commissioner Burney.
Yes, the only reason I'm voting for this is so that Pete can have a unanimous vote at his last Budget Committee meeting.
Any other comments?
I just have to say, Joe, that I was considering raising my hand to explain why I'm going to vote no on this, but I think I'll just leave it and vote yes. I'm really disappointed we didn't do anything for the sheriff's office. Really disappointed we're not doing anything about the federal government's, revenue, they should be paying for it to us.
Herb, I
Any
just
other
want to make
comment?
just one comment.
Go ahead, Pete.
It's really been a privilege to be on this budget committee. And I have cast probably more no votes on this budget committee than anyone. So I respect at any time someone votes no when they think it's in their public interest, in their version of the public interest. And so I don't, I think it's important that people give their point of view and stand up for their point of view. And I do respect anyone who does that. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. All those in favor of approving the entire FY 2020-2021 budget with all the adjustments approved by the Budget Committee, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Ms. Moody, do you have anything else that we need to handle this evening?
We do not have anything else for you this evening. Thank you.
Okay.
No closing
Any other
song?
comments from the? No, we can do that. No. Any other comments from the committee before we adjourn this evening?
Thank you, Herb.
Good job, Herb.
Excellent
job,
job,
everybody.
Herb.
Thank you for putting up with all my mistakes. So we'll be okay.
Zero.
Have a good evening. We are hereby adjourned.
Good
It
night.
is 10:48. Good night.
Good night.